किचन हो रहा है जिसमें ये अपना फिर उन्हीं हाथ से आप खुद नहीं चला सकते। आओ 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 सीरियसली
थैंक यू।
Hello sir, you're going. What the slip on slip off?
सामने करो बुलाना क्या है? आ जाओ सारे।
हाँ जी मैम।
इधर पौड़ी पे आ जाती है। हाँ
हाँ जी
आ जाओ आ जाओ
मैम यहीं सीढ़ी हाँ
आजा जो भागा भागा
हाँ जी थैंक यू।
अब आप सभी आ जाओ आजो आजो सारे सारे आजो साक्षी आजो फटाफट आजो फिर शुरू होने वाला है।
हाँ 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 कर ले ना तभी वही तो पड़ी ऊपर है। अरे राहुल नहीं है बड़ा राहुल फोन कर चाबी किसको दे गया खोल का ही ना अंदर पकड़ा रहे चाबी खोल वहीं खड़े मैंने
उसने क्या किया पंडित जी को बुला लिया नीचे घी बुरा रख दिया तो उसने कहा भी इसमें क्या है इसमें तो नीला बुरा खाली
ऊपर जा रहे हो। हाँ जी हाँ जी मैम
कौन मैम साइड में
As the entry point of the seminar hall, our students putting clear on their foreheads. Professor Singh Kanya is among us. All the audience requested to stand at your own place and give his honor. We welcome you, sir, in our campus. His Majesty
मैम थोड़ा
Our students put fillers on the forehead of our guest. Professor Geeta ma'am and Professor Monica Singh.
थैंक यू
Dr. Ishwar Sharma, former principal. Dr. Sanjay Goyal, principal ITC college. Dr. Geeta Goyal, former principal and HOD.
श्रुति गीता मैडम को
Dr. Jaiswal,
मैम
from the Department of Languages, Hyderabad. Dr. Om Sharma, from Kanya Multiple
गुड विशेस
University, Bhopal.
हाँ हाँ हाँ
चलो ऐसे जाना पड़ेगा।
चलो मैं और आ रहे हैं वो और नीचे मैम को लेकर आ
On the behalf of Chaudhary Ishwar Singh Kanya Mahavidyalaya Fatehpur Pundri, I welcome you all in the inaugural session of 3 days International Seminar in English. Friends in American literature from Transcendentalism, Post-Modernism, a illustration from Indian perspective, organized by Department of English under the aegis of Director Higher Education Haryana in collaboration with Shakespeare Association of India. It is a historic moment for us today that we are hosting an international seminar in our college for the first time. It is not a matter of coincidence that we are also remembering our great founder president Chaudhary Ishwar Singh Ji, who left us for heavenly abode 25 years ago on this day. Rather, we have made it a tradition by organizing a seminar on this very day. He may not be physically present here, but we strongly believe that his soul dwells in this institute of learning, while guiding and inspiring us every time and instilling a deep sense of confidence to strive for excellence. It's a matter of great privilege for our college that we have eminent dignitaries and resource persons from the world of English literature amongst us. First of all, I welcome our chief guest and keynote speaker, Honorable Professor Singh Kanya, former Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Professor Singh Kanya is a renowned name in the field of English literature. He is a man of great virtue. Sir, your presence have graced the occasion remarkably. I welcome Professor Divya Saxena, former Associate Professor, Middle Tennessee State University, USA. Professor Divya Saxena is also known for her contribution to the world of English literature. Ma'am, your personality speaks of your high values. We are really blessed to have you amongst us. I also welcome other resource persons and esteemed guests who are with us in the inaugural session of International Seminar organized by Department of English. I also welcome our delegates who have come from various colleges from the state and outside state for their presentation in the seminar. After this, we know that as per Indian culture, lighting of the lamp is mandatory or we find it for the auspicious occasion. So I request Madam Principal, Dr. Shashi Kiran, and Convener of the seminar, Dr. Jaiswal, to escort the guests to the stage. All the dignitaries are requested to come upon the stage for lighting of the lamp ceremony. It is my humble request to all the guests sitting on the first and second rows to come up on the stage for lighting of the lamp.
Professor Jaiswal, Associate Professor, English and Foreign Languages, University, Hyderabad. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, madams. Our students have prepared Saraswati Vandana for seeking blessings from Ma Saraswati. Ma Saraswati, Veena Vadini, Suro ki Devi, Buddhi ki Swamini, is the goddess of knowledge. Mother, we pray for the blessings with all humility and give us wisdom to spread more prosperity in the life everywhere. May the dark of darkness be swept away by the knowledge, by
realization of self-actualization. Ma Saraswati has 4 hands and they depict mind, alertness, and ego with the other 2 hands of Ma Saraswati plays music with love and life on a string instrument called Veena. The white sari color of Ma Saraswati depicts the purity and peace everywhere. Now our students presenting the Saraswati Vandana for our guests, our students. Please. Yeah, I request our Madam Principal, Dr. Shashi Kiran, to take her seat on the dais. I apologize, Madam Principal.
Thank you students for your splendid presentation. सूर्य काल के इस अभूतपूर्व संगम ने हम सब का मन मोह लिया है और इस वातावरण को और भी अधिक सुंदर कर दिया है. Now it is a time to welcome our guests with applause. First of all, I request Patron Principal Dr. Shashi Kiran, Convener of the seminar Dr. Geeta Jaiswal, to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker Professor Singh Kanya, former Vice Chancellor Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. And Convener of the program, giving a bunch of plant to our chief guest. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Madhu Chopra, HOD Commerce, and Dr. Amita Rana, HOD Economics, to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Divya Saxena, former Associate Professor, Middle Tennessee State University, USA. I also request Honorable Dr. Ujjwala Sharma to join the guests. Dr. Ujjwala Sharma, former Principal, Hindu Girls College, Jalani. Please ma'am, stay for 1 minute.
टेक्स्ट उसमें बुला लाइव सेव कर लेंगे.
Next, I request Mrs. Praveen Chaudhary, Head of the Department of Political Science, and Mrs. Sushila Garg, co-convener of the seminar, to honor Professor Geeta Sharma, former Chairperson, Department of English, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla, and also to honor Dr. Ujjwala Sharma, former Principal, Hindu Girls College, Rani. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Santosh Devi, Head of the Department of Sanskrit, Mr. Vinesh Walia, co-convener of the seminar, to welcome Professor Monika Sethi, University of Jammu. I also request Dr. Meenu Singhal, Associate Professor of Economics, to welcome Professor S.P.S. Daya, Department of English, MP University, Rohtak. I will also join Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Nidhi, Head of the Department of Home Science, Dr. Anu, Associate Professor of Home Science, to welcome Dr. Hum Prasad Sharma, Padma Kanya Multiple Campus, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. A very big round of applause by the audience. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Premlata, Head of the Department of Physical Education, Dr. Vandana, Assistant Professor of Commerce, Mrs. Kiran, to welcome Dr. Jaiswal, Associate Professor, English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Amita, Dr. Lina Bora, Dr. Pushpa, and Mrs. Sangeeta for welcoming Dr. Sanjay Goyal, Principal, RKC College, Kaithal, Dr. Geeta Goyal, former Principal, Lohar Panchkula, and Associate Professor of English in the RKC College. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Dr. Jaiswal, the convener of the seminar, who took an initiative to organize such a big event in the college and towns, and request her to convey the theme of the seminar. Dr. Jaiswal, convener of the seminar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinay. A very warm good morning to all of you. It's my proud privilege to welcome Professor Singh Kanya, our chief guest and the keynote speaker of the first ever international seminar organized by Ishwar Singh Kanya Mahavidyalaya Fatehpur Pundri. Professor Kanya is a renowned scholar of American literature and holds a magnetic charm for his audience. He did his PhD from Cincinnati University, USA, on the American novelist Ernest Hemingway. He also worked as a teacher fellow there. In India, he worked as a professor in Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, and as well as Maharishi Dayanand University, Rohtak, and also had the honor of being a fellow at Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. He held several administrative posts, to name a few: registrar at MDU Rohtak at a very young age, pro-vice chancellor, and then vice chancellor of Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. He has been on various top committees of UGC, search committees, and selection panels across the country. As the president of the Shakespeare Association, India, he has organized several international seminars inviting renowned scholars from across the globe. Professor Kanya was closely associated with Chaudhry Ishwar Singh Ji, the founder president of this college, and they worked together for the growth of education in Haryana. We are so glad that on the occasion of the 25th death anniversary of Chaudhry Ishwar Singh Ji, we have amongst us his close friend as the chief guest and keynote speaker in the inaugural ceremony of the international seminar. Respected sir, on behalf of the whole of the staff, I extend a warm welcome to you. We are extremely delighted to have amongst us Professor Tejvir Saxena as the guest of honor of the inaugural. Professor Tejvir Saxena earned her General Certificate of Education at Ordinary and Advanced level from the University of London, UK. She received her BA, MA and MPhil degrees from the University of Delhi where she also worked as lecturer of English at Gargi College and many other colleges in Delhi University. She earned her PhD in English from the George Washington University, Washington, D.C., USA, where she taught survey and specialist UGC courses in English literary studies and writing. She was also advising graduate students and faculty applying for prestigious national and international fellowships like Fulbright, Rhodes, and Marshall. Dr. Saxena was at Middle's Tennessee State University, USA for several years as associate professor before moving to live and work in Canada in 2011. Relocating to India in 2016, she has been involved in curriculum development and instructional design projects, as well as higher education development, gender and women's studies, with publications of presentations in these areas. She is also a member of the Scientific Committee for Gender Studies Conference and reviewer for the International Institute of Knowledge Management, Sri Lanka. Currently, her research interests and writing projects are focused on theories of education, learning evaluation methodology, autobiography, and gender. Her most recent achievement as Professor and Dean of Liberal Arts in Dehradun was the design and implementation of a completely new BA program on the liberal arts and CBCS pattern envisaged in the new Education Policy 2020. We welcome you here in this seminar, Professor Divya. We are really fortunate to have Professor Girija Sharma with us today. She retired from Himachal Pradesh University in June 2018. Besides other academic and administrative positions held by her, she also worked as the Dean of Languages and finally as the Dean of Studies till her superannuation. Her research papers on modern and Renaissance drama, post-colonial and Commonwealth literatures, regional Indian literatures and new literatures, and her book reviews as well as translated pieces have been published in national and international journals and anthologies. She has co-edited 3 academic books published by Oxford University Press and Orient Black Swan. She was also the editor of Himachal University newsletter, Him Shikhar. In 2022, her translated pieces appeared in 2 volumes of the Writer in Context series entitled Krishna Sobhati, a counter archive, and Joginder Paul, a writerly writer, both published by Routledge. She also translated a book entitled Taj Bidi, written by Rajendra Ranjan Chaturvedi for the series Sanchi, Sanskriti Ke Nirmata, brought out by Center for Cultural Resource and Training in 2022. A warm welcome to you. We have also amongst us today Professor Monica Sethi, who has come all the way from Jammu to grace the occasion with her presence. Professor Monica Sethi is the former head of the Department of English at University of Jammu with more than 20 years of teaching experience at postgraduate level and has also been guiding research for MPhil and PhD. She has guided 15 MPhil dissertations and 9 PhD theses. She has participated in many national and international conferences and seminars and has published more than 25 research papers on various aspects of Canadian, American, African, and Indian literatures in English and national and international journals. She also has a book titled Edward Elby, The Dream and the Absurd, to her credit. Her areas of specialization include American drama, poetry, literary theory, and new literatures in English. Warm greetings to you, ma'am. We feel honored to have Professor S.P.S. Danya with us today. Professor S.P.S. Danya, he was a professor in MD University, Rohtak. He has a teaching experience of 40 years and he has published 4 books and a number of articles in national and international journals. He has organized and presented papers in a number of national and international conferences. He has held several positions namely Registrar, MDU, Dean Faculty of Humanities, Head Department of English, Director Correspondence Courses, Director Center of Competitive Exams, Member Executive Council, Member Academic Council. We welcome you, sir. We are absolutely delighted to have Dr. Kum Prasad Sharma with us today. Dr. Sharma is a lecturer in Panchkula Multiple Campus Tejvir University, Nepal. He has several research papers to his credit in several peer-reviewed as well as Scopus-indexed journals on gender studies, post-colonialism, subaltern studies, ELT, and whatnot. He has supervised more than 50 theses of MA, and he has the membership of and affiliations to the following societies: General Secretary, Literary Association of Nepal, Kathmandu, Member Executive Committee under the Autonomous Status Kanya Multiple Campus, Member Modern Languages Association, and Member English Subject Committee, Life Member Devkota Study and Research Center, Kathmandu. We welcome you, sir. Last but not the least, we welcome you, Dr. Jaiswal. He is Associate Professor in Department of English Literature, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. His areas of specialization are contemporary theory, post-colonial theory and literature, Indian writing in English, diaspora literature, feminism, cultural studies, Orientalism and digital humanities. He has done his MPhil on culture and hegemony, a study of Orientalism, and PhD on positioning Orientalism in the novels of Amitabh Ghosh. He has several research papers to his credit, and he has visited several countries, and he has brought international funding for his university, and he is also having international assignments and published books, and he has been resource person and plenary speaker in almost all the seminars and conferences that are held in all over India. We welcome you here again. We are so glad to have you back with us. I also welcome our worthy principal, Dr. Shashi Kiran, who is a constant source of inspiration for us. She has been supporting us, guiding us, and has been instrumental in bringing this international seminar to the college. I extend a very warm welcome to all the resource persons of the dais and participants who have gathered here to share their knowledge with all of us. The international seminar is a 3-day event in which we have 6 plenary sessions. In these sessions, 20 resource persons from India and abroad will be enlightening on trends in American literature from Indian perspective. There will be a parallel session for all the participants in the afternoon. Participants have been divided in subgroups based on the area of their research work. In these sessions, the participants will present their paper and enrich themselves through discussion and deliberations on American literature. I'm sure the seminar will offer the students and this institute and all the participants a great learning experience. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta Madam, convener of the seminar, for your most powerful welcome address. Now I request Principal Madam, Dr. Shashi Kiran, for the presidential address.
थैंक यू मैडम विनय, थैंक यू मैडम गीता। और आप सबको पहले तो बधाई कि आपने ये 3 दिन का सेमिनार यहाँ रखा है, इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार, और जिन महानुभाव से हम मिल रहे हैं शायद कभी ना मिल सकते, क्योंकि अभी मैंने अपना काउंटडाउन शुरू कर दिया है, 1 साल भी नहीं रहा मेरा। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत ही अच्छा अवसर है कि प्रिंसिपल्स को और जो बाहर से आए मेहमान उनका मुझे स्वागत करने का मौका मिल रहा है। अपने कॉलेज में हम इंटरनेशनल सेमिनार में बुला पाने में आप अपने आप को समर्थ कर पाए। तो सबसे पहले आज चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह जी की पुण्यतिथि है, तो मैं उन्हीं के बारे में कुछ बोलूंगी, क्योंकि उनके 25वीं पुण्यतिथि आज है। और सबसे पहले चीफ गेस्ट हमारे आज के डॉक्टर दैया, और हमारे आज की गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर सक्सेना मैडम, डायस पर विराजमान जितने भी प्रबुद्धजन हैं, मेरे प्रिंसिपल दोस्त जितने आए हुए हैं, कुलीग्स, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर और एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर, बाहर से आए हुए मेहमान, मेरे अपने स्टाफ, मेरे अपने बच्चों, आप सबका कन्या महाविद्यालय परिवार में मैं हार्दिक अभिनंदन, स्वागत। आज वैसे तो हमने चौधरी साहब को खोया था, तो ये दिन हमारे लिए एक इतना बड़ा दुख का दिन था कि वो भर नहीं सकता था, लेकिन फिर भी हमने उसको किसी तरह से भर के हम आगे चले और इतनी ऊंचाइयों को छुआ कि आज हम इस क्षेत्र में ही नहीं, पुंडरी में ही नहीं, हरियाणा में अपना नाम रोशन कर रहे हैं, हमारे बच्चे और हमारा स्टाफ। हमारे महाविद्यालय के जन्मदाता, संरक्षक, संस्थापक चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह जी की पुण्यतिथि है आज, और उन्हें कन्या महाविद्यालय परिवार की ओर से मेरा शत नमन। 11 फरवरी 1998 को गंभीर बीमारी के बाद हृदय गति रुक जाने से उनका निधन हो गया था। भगवान उनकी आत्मा को शांति प्रदान कर रहा है और करेंगे भी आगे। मैं आज का वक्तव्य उन्हीं के शेर से शुरू करना चाहूंगी, और वो जो हमेशा जब भी कहीं बोलते थे मैं 6 से उनको सुनने लगी थी, और 6 से लेके जब तक वो रहे 1998 तक, वो मैंने हमेशा सुना, और वो था, मैं अकेला ही चला था जानी पे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवां बनता। चौधरी साहब उन्हीं निर्वाचन क्षेत्र के मसीहा, विकास की चलती फिरती संस्था और कर्म योगी व्यक्तित्व के धनी थे। उनके जाने के बाद आज तक सभी बच्चे, जवान, बूढ़े हमेशा उन्हें याद करते हैं और आगे भी करते रहेंगे। एक बार तो इस क्षेत्र की जनता को लगा था कि कुछ नहीं रहा, और क्या उन्होंने सोचा था, शाम तन्हाई की है, आएगी मंजिल कैसे, जो हमें राह दिखाए वो तारा ना रहा। फिर अगले ही पल सबने अपने आप को संभाला, एक दूसरे को संभाला, और फिर सोचते हुए उन्होंने मन में सोचा, गुजर जाएगा ये दौर भी गालिब, जरा इत्मीनान तो रख, और जब खुशी ही न ठहरी तो गम की क्या होगा। और 5 नवंबर 1936 को स्टोडी गांव में इनका जन्म हुआ था, सिंह राम जी के घर, और रोहतक, मेरठ आदि संस्थाओं से, उत्कृष्ट संस्थाओं से शिक्षा प्राप्त कर इन्होंने एक अध्यापक का पद ग्रहण किया था, और ये उस समय मास्टर जी कहलाए। इनको जब तक वो हमारे बुजुर्ग बूढ़े हैं वो उनको मास्टर जी के रूप में ही जानते हैं। और इसके बाद 1954 में हमारे बाबा अनंतराम जी ने, उनका भी स्वर्गवास हो चुका है, उनके कहने पर उनको कोल लाए वो, और कोल में उन्होंने हेडमास्टर का पद संभाला था। तो यहाँ पर जब वो हेडमास्टर बने तो उनकी जो पहचान थी वो मास्टर जी के नाम से ही रही थी, वो कभी हेडमास्टर या प्रिंसिपल नहीं कहलाए। और इसके बाद इस क्षेत्र में जितने भी गांव कोल में अन्य जगह पक्की सड़कें हैं, जितने भी बिजली है, सिंचाई व्यवस्था है, यातायात है, पानी निकासी है, उस समय कुछ नहीं था। इवन कोल में केवल एक प्राइमरी स्कूल था, एक 5वीं का स्कूल वहां पर था, और वो भी पुरानी सी बिल्डिंग में था। और ऐसे में हम कहेंगे कि इस से करके, और आज यहाँ न केवल कोल में, न केवल पुंडरी में, पुंडरी के सारे हल्के में उन्होंने सड़कों से फिरनी, जिनको सड़क को कहते थे, वो उस टाइम हमें तो पता नहीं था, वो ये कहते थे फिरनी सड़क है फिरनी, तो हमें पता नहीं था, हम सोचते थे फिरनी कोई मिठाई है जो पुंडरी की है, तो लेकिन वो फिरनी सड़क कहते थे, जो एक गाँव को दूसरे से, दूसरे को तीसरे से, एक गाँव को जो चारों तरफ जोड़ती है। तो वो कहते थे, और बहुत ही कठोर उन्होंने उनका जीवन था, और जीवन में उन्होंने स्त्री शिक्षा के बारे में सोचा। ये उनकी बहुत बड़ी उस समय की सोच थी, और ये सोचना तो उस समय बहुत दूर की बात थी कि किसी स्त्री को पढ़ाएं, जहाँ 5वीं तक का स्कूल है। तो दिन रात वो समाज सेवा में लगे रहते थे, और सेवा का संकल्प इस क्षेत्र की सभी समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए लोगों से उनकी समस्याएं सुनते थे, और बच्चों को पढ़ाना, लोगों की समस्याओं को सुनना उन्होंने हफ्ते में शुरू किया, 2 दिन 3 दिन, और जल्दी ही सामाजिक, आर्थिक, राजनीतिक जीवन का विकास होने लगा इस इलाके में। और परिणामतः पोल में कॉलेज, जो कि जनता कॉलेज के नाम से है, मिनी एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटी, रिसर्च सेंटर, महिला मंडल, अस्पताल, स्कूल और गवर्नमेंट गर्ल्स स्कूल वहां पर उनके प्रयासों से बना था। यदि हम स्त्री शिक्षा की बात करते हैं तो एक लड़की के पढ़ाने से 2 नहीं 3 परिवार शिक्षित होते हैं। ये हमेशा कहते थे, एक अपना, एक जिस घर में जाएगी, और एक बच्चे तो अनपढ़ रहेंगे ही नहीं। और इस हिसाब से वो कहते थे कि ये तो सारा कुल क्या, पूरा का पूरा आगे हमारा देश ही शिक्षित हो जाएगा। और स्त्री शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में उनकी तुलना यदि महर्षि दयानंद सरस्वती से मैं करूं तो इसमें कोई अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी। उन्होंने कन्या गुरुकुल अंजनथली, कन्या महाविद्यालय पुंडरी, कन्या महाविद्यालय डांडगढ़वाला, शिक्षण महाविद्यालय पुंडरी, शिक्षण महाविद्यालय कोल, और इसमें 60-70 गांवों के जो आसपास के हैं लगभग 3000 छात्राएं उच्च शिक्षा ग्रहण कर रही हैं। और ऐसे में हम कहेंगे कि देश का गौरव बढ़ा रहा है हमारा हरियाणा में पुंडरी हमारा गौरव बढ़ा रहा है। और ऐसे में ये सब कार्य जो किए हुए हैं ये चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह जी की देन है। और इसमें मैंने आपको सड़कों के बारे में बताया, करनाल, कुरुक्षेत्र, पानीपत, पंचकुला में जो रह गई वो धर्मशाला है। न केवल हरियाणा में, हरियाणा से बाहर यूपी में भी हरिद्वार में जैसे रोड धर्मशाला, ये सारा जो धर्मशालाओं का कार्य था ये उन्हीं की दिमाग की सोच थी और उन्होंने ही शुरू करवाई थी। और इस तरह से राजनीति के क्षेत्र की यदि मैं बात करूं तो उनकी उपलब्धियां बहुत ज्यादा हैं, फिर भी मैं थोड़ी सी गिनवाऊंगी। 1968 में लोगों की पुरजोर मांग से वो विधानसभा के सदस्य बने थे, और इसके बाद 1991 में हरियाणा विधानसभा के स्पीकर के सर्वोत्तम पद तक वो पहुंचे। 1968, 1972, 1982, 1991 4 बार विधानसभा के सदस्य चुने गए। आप 1969 से 1972 में कृषि विपणन बोर्ड के चेयरमैन, 1972 से 77 पब्लिक अकाउंट्स कमेटी के चेयरमैन, 1982 से 84 सबॉर्डिनेट लेजिस्लेटिव कमेटी के सदस्य, 1984-85 में इसी कमेटी के चेयरमैन बने थे, 1984 से 87 प्लानिंग बोर्ड के उपाध्यक्ष, 1991 से 96 हरियाणा विधानसभा के आप स्पीकर रहे लेजिस्लेटिव। और इसी तरह कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी के कोर्ट और एग्जीक्यूटिव के मेंबर, कृषि विश्वविद्यालय हिसार के आप मेंबर बने थे, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव बने थे, पंजाब लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल के MLC की ऑफर को त्याग कर आपने अध्यापन कार्य को प्राथमिकता दी थी। और इस तरह से लंदन में पार्लियामेंट्री सेमिनार में, शिमला के पार्लियामेंट्री स्टडीज के कॉन्फ्रेंस में, दिल्ली के कॉमनवेल्थ के पार्लियामेंट्री कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में आपने भाग लिया। और यही नहीं कि आपने श्रीलंका, बेल्जियम, इंग्लैंड, फ्रांस, जर्मनी, इटली, स्विट्जरलैंड, लेबनान, अमेरिका, कनाडा, जापान, हांगकांग, थाईलैंड, इन देशों की यात्राएं भी की थी। और केवल यात्रा ही नहीं की, वहां के अनुभवों का ज्ञान प्राप्त करके आपने तीक्ष्ण बुद्धि, सूक्ष्म अवलोकन, अद्वितीय स्मरण शक्ति से विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में सुधार कर पुंडरी हल्के की काया पलट कर दी। इन सभी कार्यों, उपलब्धियों, निस्वार्थ सेवा के कारण 1994 में इंटरनेशनल फ्रेंडशिप सोसाइटी के द्वारा आपको विकास रत्न जैसे उच्च सम्मान से सम्मानित किया गया। सिद्ध योगी, अत्यंत सर्वविद्य, ज्ञान के आधार तो आपको विज्ञान, इतिहास, संस्कृत और सामान्य ज्ञान सभी विषयों, एवं शेरो शायरी, ग्रामीण लोकोक्तियों में आप पूरे के पूरे ज्ञान के भंडार कहे जा सकते थे। आप हमेशा आशावादी थे, धैर्यवान थे, संकल्पवान थे और समस्याओं का समाधान चुटकियों में आप कर लेते थे। शिक्षण संस्थाओं के लिए चाहे कितने भी व्यस्त रहते थे, हफ्ते में 2-3 दिन आप जरूर निकालते थे। और यदि हम उनका कहें, जो मैंने खुद देखा हुआ है, चिलचिलाती धूप होती थी जुलाई अगस्त की, ठिठुर वाली ठंड होती थी दिसंबर जनवरी की, धुआंधार बारिश वाला टाइम है और बाढ़ एक बार आई हुई थी यहाँ, वो मैंने खुद समय देखा हुआ है। एक ऊपर बनियान जो घर की सिली होती थी और एक तहमत जब वो बांधते थे, दोनों ही सफेद रंग के होते थे और 8 से 10 घंटे वो खड़े रहते थे। कभी उनको गर्मी नहीं लगी, कभी उनको ठंड नहीं लगी। और ऐसे में सड़कों का निर्माण कार्य, भवनों का निर्माण कार्य, जो शिक्षण संस्थाएं हैं इनका निरीक्षण निर्माण कार्य, इन सब का वो अवलोकन करते हुए चलते थे। तो हम क्या कहेंगे कि इनके बारे में इतना होते हुए भी ये चाह गई, चिंता गई, मनवा बेपरवाह, जिसको कुछ न चाहिए वही शहंशाह। तो इनके बारे में मैं ये शेर कहूँगी, क्योंकि ये शेर बहुत पसंद करते थे और अपने हाथों से मिट्टी के टोकरे, जो मैं 6th में थी मैंने देखा, गारे की टोकरियां उठा के ये कार्य शुरू करते थे और एक तरह से पूरे क्षेत्र के लोग वहां पर कार सेवा करके इकट्ठे हो जाते थे। तो ये कोई जो मजदूरी या वो देते थे वो नहीं देते थे, लोगों को इकट्ठा करके। और यदि दान की बात करें तो दान बहुत ज्यादा इकट्ठा करते थे। ये जो इन्होंने इतने 5 कॉलेज इन्होंने शुरू करे थे, हमारा कॉलेज है कन्या महाविद्यालय, कन्या महाविद्यालय डांड है, कॉल का है, और 2 शिक्षण महाविद्यालय है, कोल का ये तो, और एक अंजन थली का था गुरुकुल। तो इसमें कोई उनके पास फंड या पैसा नहीं था जब शुरू किया, उन्होंने केवल दान के पैसे से, हर जब वो फ्री होते थे तो गाड़ी में बैठते थे और चलो जी दान देने, चलो जी पुंडरी, जितने आज मंडी में चलना है, आज लोगों के घर चलना है, तो दान इकट्ठा कर करके उन्होंने ये जो इतनी बिल्डिंग खड़ी हुई है उससे खड़ी है, तो ऐसे में इस क्षेत्र की उन्नति को शिखर पर पहुंचाया। और एक आपके चले जाने से हमें शून्य लगता था और सभी लोगों ने क्या कहा था कि चलो चले गए, अब क्या कर सकते हैं, किसी को रोक तो नहीं सकते, लेकिन कोई हमदम ना रहा, ना कोई सहारा रहा, हम किसी के ना रहे, कोई हमारा ना रहा। तो ऐसे में लोगों को फिर लगा वह पथ क्या पथिक, जिस पथ पर विक्रय शूल ना हो, नाविक की धैर्य परीक्षा क्या, जब धाराएं प्रतिकूल ना हो। और चौधरी साहब के द्वारा बोले जाने वाले शेर से ही मैं उनका ये जो मैंने आज का थोड़ा सा बायोडाटा आपके सामने रखा है उसको खत्म करूंगी। चिड़िया चोंच पर ले गई, नदी को घटो न नीर, दान दिए दन ना घटे, कह गए दास पर। ये हमेशा मैंने 6 से उनको शुरुआत किया था और इसके बाद जो इनके कार्य हैं, जो इनका शून्य रह गया था, उस शून्य को उनके पुत्र चौधरी तेजवीर सिंह जी, जो हमारे गवर्निंग बॉडी के प्रधान हैं, वो पूरा कर रहे हैं। और इनका साथ हमारी गवर्निंग बॉडी के मेंबरान जो कि परवीन मित्तल जी सचिव हैं, हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं हरिंदर कोटिया जी और राजीव जी हमारे ट्रेजरर हैं, उनके लिए पूरा सहयोग दे रहे हैं। और हमारे जो प्रबंधक समिति के अध्यक्ष हैं श्री तेजवीर जी, इन्होंने केवल उन्हीं के अधूरे कार्यों को पूरा नहीं किया बल्कि और भी नए कार्य करवाए, उनको आगे बढ़ाया। और इस तरह से 18 कॉलेजेस की यूनियन के 97 कॉलेजेस के प्रधान हैं, 5 कॉलेजेस के हमारे गवर्निंग बॉडी के प्रधान हैं। और हसीना में PHC इन्होंने बनवाई थी, यहाँ इसकी चौधरी तेजवीर जी ने, और यहाँ पुंडरी की PHC को CHC में परिवर्तित करवाया था, डांड को इन्होंने तहसील का दर्जा दिलवाया था। और इसी तरह जो धर्मशालाओं के कार्य अधूरे थे उनको पूरा करवाया था और जितनी सड़कों के कार्य हुए थे उन सबको पूरा करवाया। तो मैं बहुत ज़्यादा समय नहीं देती, थोड़ा सा मैं कॉलेज के बारे में बताना चाहूँगी कि जो कॉलेज जिस नींव को हमारे चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह जी ने 10 फरवरी 1984 में उन्होंने रखा था झंडूमल धर्मशाला, अग्रवाल धर्मशाला में, और उसका 1 अगस्त को हमारा पहला सत्र शुरू हुआ था झंडूमल धर्मशाला में। केवल 65 छात्राएं और 2 हमारी स्ट्रीम थी आर्ट्स एंड कॉमर्स। और आज ये हमारा जो उनका पौधा एक लगाया हुआ है, ये वट वृक्ष और अशोका वृक्ष का रूप धारण कर चुका है, जिसमें हमारी न केवल एकेडमिक बल्कि सांस्कृतिक, हमारी स्पोर्ट्स में सभी गतिविधियां हैं। और पिछली साल तो हमारा जो पोजीशन थी वो 3rd थी, लेकिन इस बार हमारी 2nd पोजीशन है स्पोर्ट्स में ऑल ओवर यूनिवर्सिटी में। कल्चर की बात करें तो हमारा इतने बड़े बड़े कॉलेज हैं, RKST कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल सर बैठे हैं, तो हम इनको भी कंपटीशन देते हैं। मैं यूँ तो नहीं कहूँगी क्योंकि इनकी तो स्ट्रेंथ बहुत ज़्यादा है, पैसा बहुत ज़्यादा है, हमारा छोटा सा लेवल एरिया है, कॉलेज में है, लेकिन कल्चर में भी, सांस्कृतिक गतिविधियों में भी यदि कोई कहेगा कन्या महाविद्यालय की टीम आई है तो मुझे बड़ा अच्छा लगता है, पुंडरी की टीम आई है, तो जब हम वहाँ ये सुनते हैं तो मुझे लगता है कि चलो हमारे हम नहीं ला पाए रनिंग ट्रॉफी, कोई बात नहीं, लेकिन खौफ तो हमारा है कि कन्या महाविद्यालय की टीम में बहुत बन गई। तो आज 38 वर्षों के अंतराल के बाद हमारा कॉलेज जो है वो ऊंचाइयों के शिखर पर पहुंच रहा है। और अब हमारे कॉलेज में 2 स्ट्रीम नहीं बल्कि 5 तो हमारे यहाँ PG हैं, PGDC है, MA इंग्लिश है, MA पॉलिटिकल साइंस है, MA हिस्ट्री है और MCOM है। और इसी तरह से कितने सारे हमारे कोर्सेज हैं, BSc नॉन मेडिकल, BSc कंप्यूटर साइंस, BCA, इसके बाद आर्ट्स और कॉमर्स, ये तो है ही। और इसके अलावा हमारे एड ऑन कोर्सेज हैं एडिशनल जो हमारे चलते हैं, फैशन डिजाइनिंग का है और स्पीकिंग इंग्लिश का है। और अब तो हमारे कॉलेज में आपको जान के बहुत खुशी होगी कि हमने एक कोचिंग सेंटर जो कि 14 वर्ष के लड़कों के लिए क्रिकेट की कोचिंग एकेडमी खोल दी है। तो जिनके 14 साल तक के लड़कों के लिए और सारी बड़ी लड़कियां यहाँ कोचिंग, और इतने बढ़िया कोच है। हमारे कराटे के कोच विकास सर बहुत बढ़िया है, और अभी भी हमारी लड़की एक नेशनल का अवार्ड लेके आई है, नेशनल विन करके आई है। और पिछले साल और इस साल यदि हमारी उपलब्धियां देखें तो दिन रात का अंतर है। लेकिन मैंने भी, प्रेम मैडम है या कल्चरल में जो हमारे हैं, फ्री हैंड दिया हुआ है। अभी गीता मैडम ही आपको बताएंगे कि मैंने ये नहीं देखा कि कौन आ रहा है, कब आ रहा है, लेकिन गीता मैडम आप बिल्कुल फ्री हो, जिसको बुलाओ, जिसको कहो आप, मैं तैयार। तो इस तरह से हमारे कॉलेज ने 1600 तक की जो स्ट्रेंथ हम संभाल रहे हैं, और डिसिप्लिन भी है। और ऐसे में हम कहेंगे सांस्कृतिक गतिविधियों में 1991 में, 95 में, 2002-03 में, 18 में जोनल और इंटर जोनल को भी हम यहाँ पर करवा चुके हैं। युवा समारोह का सफल आयोजन हमने किया। तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा समय नहीं लेती, एक बार फिर से आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Madam Principal, for introducing the audience with the life sketch of Ishwar Singh Ji and the historical achievements of the college. Thank you, ma'am, again for your kind and valuable experiences. Before we proceed further, I would like to request take a message for the car owners. HR 071233, HR 072042, HR 052022. Please go downstairs and park your cars at the assigned place. Thank you. Now I request our honorable chief guest and keynote speaker, Professor Singh Kanya, former Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra, for delivering keynote address. Professor Singh Kanya ji.
Well, first of all, I would like to congratulate the principal and the English department of the college for organizing this international seminar, which is quite a courageous adventure for a rural college. I'm so pleased to see the faculty here, the building, and all that I heard from the principal. They really deserve to be congratulated. I fondly recall Chaudhry Ishwar Singh, the founder of this college. He was a friend of mine. We were together in the Haryana as members for 5 years, and later on when I was Vice Chancellor, he frequently used to come to me. He had a passion for education in this area. He would always say that in this area, girl education is lacking and people are rather backward. They want to keep girls in homes, and he was so keenly concerned with the education of the girls, and that's why he founded these colleges in the area. Not one, not two, not three, more than 3 colleges. When I was Vice Chancellor again, he was passionately pursuing his dream of providing education to every girl in this area. I said, now I am the Vice Chancellor, you can start as many as you like, we'll give affiliation and all the help possible from the university. So my reverence, all the feelings for the friend and the maker, the founder of the college. He will always be remembered for me. I don't think there are such great men are born every now and then. It's only in long times and long distances that you come across such great personalities. I'm glad to be here, and I congratulate again the organizers of this seminar, Professor Geeta Jaiswal in particular. She has been in contact with me, always planning, thinking, sharing with me all the plans about the seminar. Thank you very much. Friends in American literature from Transcendentalism to Post-Modernism. Reconsideration from the Indian perspective, that's the title of the seminar. The Greek philosopher Aristotle had said in 3rd century BC that literature combines history and philosophy. Visiting the literary works of ancient times, we can realize the truth of the old wisdom of the revered epics of the Ramayana and Mahabharata, or the Greek and Roman counterparts amply prove the Aristotelian dictum. The Transcendentalists of America, namely Emerson and Thoreau, produced literary works embodying their ideas directly received from the ancient Indian philosophic sources. Their objective was not to perform as technicians, but to discover as wanderers. As Wagner puts it, they have been more concerned with discovery than with performance. Note, for instance, the following from Emerson's poem, Compensation. I quote a few lines. The wings of time are black and white, pied with morning and with night, mountain tall and ocean deep, trembling balance duly keep, in changing moon and tidal wave, glows the ferret of want and have. Unquote. Matthew Arnold was right when he called Emerson the friend and leader of all who would live in the spirit. Unquote. Michael Foucault's contention about the relationship between power and knowledge is worth consideration. Today, for example, English is a world language, official language in 46 countries, and spoken by groups and individuals in the rest of the world. Looking back to the ruling outfits such as the Greek, the Roman, the French, the German, the Russian, and finally the English, we can realize the force of Foucault's contention in full form. The American literature, as we know it today, is the literature in English that the American writers have produced in the last over 2 centuries, when America became an independent nation in 1776, just as we became a free nation in 1947. Just as in India, the British dominance influenced our literary creations, so did the European heritage of the settlers on the new continent influence the creative writings of the American writers. The real American literature came into being during its historical phase of Transcendentalism, which again was the result of vital influence of our spiritualism. The return to nature slogan of Emerson and his followers was directly inspired by the ancient Indian philosophy. Swami Vivekananda's visit to America when he participated in the World Conference of Religions at Chicago had its own impact. What is Indian perspective? Present-day outlook for the original one by which we have been known since our emergence. Where do we locate the origin of our perspective? And where do we locate the origin of America and its literature? These are larger issues, relevant but also large enough for any limited event like the present one, which is confined to the period between the 19th century phenomenon of Transcendentalism and the 21st century phenomenon of Post-Modernism. As the Oxford Dictionary of English mentions at the very outset, all modern European languages as well as all the modern Indian languages came out of the most ancient language, Sanskrit. As for America, its history too relates to the migration of the Indians to the continent over 2,000 years ago, much before the Christian era began. I read a book by one Swami about the migration of Indians in the earliest period to America, who later came to be called the American Indians. Now that may be contested, but then this is one of the pleas, and that book strongly supports it and proves it that it were the Indians who settled there over 2,000 years ago, and they came to be called Red Indians. Anyway, these people came to be called Red Indians, the natives of America before the British and other Europeans reached there. Thus, when we speak of Indian perspective, it is for sure the present-day outlook that we bear to bring upon the literature of America. 2023, in 2023, when we are considering the course of the present day America's literary outlook. In both the countries, the pan-nationalist literature consciously emerged, escaping also consciously the colonial colors acquired during the British rule. The gaining of freedom also spread the bond of unity among the different parts of the respective nations, giving rise to a strong feeling of pan-nationalism, which reflected itself in the literary works produced after independence. Hawthorne and Melville came out with novels of distinct American flavor, marking a visible and distinct characteristics of life on the new continent. Beginning with Twice Told Tales, followed by the Scarlet Letter, 1850, the House of the Seven Gables, and then the Blythe-Dale Romance. Hawthorne laid down the foundation of the American novel, which resembled the English novel and yet having a distinct flavor of the American soil, carrying the identity of the new nation with the peculiar flavor of life on the new continent, similar to and yet different from the British counterpart of the time. What Dinsdale says in the Scarlet Letter echoes the Indian ethos of attaching sanctity to the heartfelt outlook on life than the one prescribed socially or institutionally. Note how Dinsdale views the sin that Chillingworth has committed in his revengeful action. I quote, "We are not, Esther, the worst sinners in the world. There is one worse than the polluted beast. The old man's revenge has been blacker than myself. He has violated in cold blood the sanctity of the human heart. Thou and I, Hester, never did so. Unquote. The important phase of the American novel can be said to begin with material authors in the 19th century who appreciated the romance's latitude in regard to the novel's requirement of a minute fidelity to the probable and ordinary course of man's experience. The romance, as the author says, furnishes a theatre a little removed from the highway of ordinary travel, where the creatures of the author's brain may play their phantasmagorical antiques without exposing them to too close a comparison with the actual events of real lives. Unquote. Authors of the Scarlet Letter amply bear it out in letter and spirit. These romantic American writers, like Hawthorne, turn to fancy and magic, archetypal heroes, parables, and allegories. Washington Irving's Rip Van Winkle and The Legend of Sleepy Hollow both blend everyday facts with the marvelous or strange. Edgar Allan Poe's The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, 1838, and Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter, 1850, are documentary narratives based on historical papers, and yet the novels are fantastically fictitious. The American transcendentalists of the 19th century were directly influenced by the Indian philosophy of spiritualism, including return to nature. We know how Emerson and his companions left cities and settled in the woods. Both India and America, having been once the British colonies, also shared their added interest in naturalism and naturalism, adhering to their native traditions. We are not Hawthorne, followed by Herman Melville and Henry James, gave the American novel a distinct flavor of its own, vitally different from the British counterpart. It clearly departs from the inherited tradition in more ways than one. New directions in American literature set in after the 1890s, and more so after World War I, beginning in modernism that radically departed from the past in life and letters, distrusting and discarding the past beliefs and conventions. Ezra Pound and T.S. Eliot gave expression to the modern life's impact on individuals after the framework of societal life was knocked down by the shocks of World War I. The travails of post-war life were depicted in Eliot's The Wasteland that became the representative expression of the new age. Look, for instance, the following. Let's go then, you and I, when the evening is spread out against the sky, like a patient etherized upon a table. You remember the first one. It's the poetry representing life after the shock of the World War, which brought the world together, destroying the cozy locales of well-knit communities, of a life of ease and elation. Ezra Pound, the leader of the movement, gives a clean picture of modernist mind and idiom that replaced the lore of romanticism and Victorianism. No Pound's dictum in this context, I quote. As to the 20th century poetry, and the poetry which I expect to see written during the next decade or so. It will, I think, move against poppycock. It will be harder and saner. It will be what Mr. Hewlett calls nearer the home. It will be as much like granite as it can. Its force will be in its truth, its interpretative power. I mean, it will not try to seem forcible by rhetorical din, as including, and luxurious ride as the method. We will have fewer painted adjectives impending the shock and scope of it. At least for myself, I want it so. Austere, direct, free from emotional slithers. Unquote. Counts Hugh Selwyn Bobbery, 1970, echoing Eliot's The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock, is representative of the post-war modernist movement manner in the West. Similar sort of change came about in the post-war novel in America. No longer the romantic and Victorian ethos and sentiments which inform the novels and poems of the preceding period, but the detached and disenchanting tales of life in the new century. No longer the domestic tales of Buffon, nor even the romantic adventures of Melville, but even the romantic and not still the romantic adventures of Melville, but the harsh realities of life, especially in economic terms, made the subject of modern American fiction. The influence of Karl Marx during the 1930s especially gave fiction the polemics of capitalism and socialism. Among the earliest of the radical novelists were Frank Norris and Jack London. Modernist novels, namely The Octopus and The Pit, both portray the plight of the working class in the dominant setup of capitalism. Upton Sinclair's The Octopus and The Pit are similar indictments of capitalism. A different sort of revolt pertaining to morals rather than money matters was depicted in the post-war novels like Scott Fitzgerald's This Side of Paradise and Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms, and For Whom the Bell Tolls. These novels portrayed in their narratives the grim reality of the post-war life in the West, especially in America. No less radical was the American drama of the modern period, following the World War in the early years of the 20th century. Elmer Rice's The Adding Machine, 1923, What Price Glory, 1924, and Maxwell Anderson, They Knew What They Wanted, by Sidney Howard, highlighted the unsavory conditions of life following the First World War of international consequences. This brings us to the period following another devastating world war, in fact more so, that came about during the 1940s, 39 to 45. The writers of the period, having seen in between the Depression years of the 1930s, depicted the horrors of World War II and the following consequences in terms of collective suffering and individual pangs, both in social and psychological terms. The inward term of modern literature, depicting psychological pangs and pricks of individuals inhabiting in lonely homes, made the narrative of the period's fiction and drama as well as poetry. John Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath, 1939. The other novels of the period gave, like other novels of the period, gave a graphic account of the time called the Decade of Depression. The economic depression generated social and psychological depression too. The most popular among the writers of the period was Ernest Hemingway, whose novels like A Farewell to Arms about World War I, To Have and Have Not about the Decade of Depression, and For Whom the Bell Tolls, 1940, created fiction about contemporary life, including the wars, such as the First World War, the Spanish Civil War, and the Second World War. The post-war or postmodern literature since 1950s is both unconventional and experimental. One of the not literary but live experiments was the movement of the Beats, the young Americans, also called hippies, facing disillusion at home. They came to India in search of spiritual solace. Benares, our holy place on the banks of the river Ganga, was chosen as their place of peace and harmony within their own inner world of mind and heart. As Spiller's literary history of the United States puts it, I quote, drawing on European existentialism as on Oriental thought, the Beat movement spoke primarily for the holiness and spontaneity of the natural man. This is why, despite its association with adolescent violence, or orgiastic anarchy and drug addiction, the Beat movement was a form of religious aspiration. In literature, the sympathies of the Beat movement ran toward freedom, oral improvisation, and even mindlessness. The movement defined itself in opposition to the formal, intellectual, and hieratic tradition of Eliot, Auden, or Wallace Stevens. Patronized from a distance by Henry Miller and Norman Mailer, a group of writers struck out to recapture both the openness and the outrageousness of American experience, and to enhance the participation of literary audience, unquote. The post-war decades have often been called an age of criticism, and rightly because the self-conscious temper of the age was reflected in a variety of critical approaches than in the creative output following World War II. During the postmodern period of American literature, its novel has shown more diversity and energy than poetry or drama. Norman Mailer's The Naked and the Dead, John Hawke's The Cannibals, James Jones's From Here to Eternity, Thomas Berger's Crazy in Berlin, and Joseph Heller's Catch-22 portray comically and ironically the contemporary man's dilemma in a world dominated by big business and nuclear power. A representative poet of the period was Allen Ginsberg, whose volume of poems, Howl, begins with expressions like, I saw the best minds of my generation destroyed by madness, starving, hysterical, naked. The other poets of the period, including Frank O'Hara, Gary Snyder, Frank O'Hara, dwelled on the same theme of the individual's helplessness in the face of state might equipped with weapons of mass destruction. More than the poets and novelists of the period, the dramatists such as Arthur Miller, Tennessee Williams, Edward Albee, Jack London, etc., more effectively articulated the postmodern conditions of life for the sensitive individual. Miller's Death of a Salesman, The Crucible, Williams's A Streetcar Named Desire, Edward Elby's The American Dream, and Who is Afraid of Virginia Woolf represent the outlook of absurdity that marked the postmodern era of the Western world. A rather intimidating school of criticism arose in the 1950s, which came to dominate the literary scene, not merely in the Western world, but also in the rest of the world, in India included. Jeffrey Derrida and Michael Foucault, with their theories of death of the author and deconstruction, came up as a sort of intimidating force for the creative writers, obviously upholding the critical supremacy over the creative works. In the present age of super technology and globalization, literature has been pushed to the back seat, causing a setback to the vital function of literature as the source of education in culture, that is, in morals and manners. Gradually, education has been reduced to a mere source of information and technology, discarding the real purpose of education, which was to make one a moral and refined human being. Much of the credit of this decline in the aims of education goes to the internal force of new criticism and the external force of technology, both given to methodology rather than morals, committed to materialism rather than spiritualism. These recent developments are more favored in America and the West as a whole than in the rest of the world, considered rather subsidiary to the West. Plato said in the 3rd century BC that literature reflects life. In other words, as Samuel Johnson says about Shakespeare, the writer holds mirror up to nature. Of course, the individual personality of the writer would have its own impact on the reflection. That is why each artist produces his/her distinctive pieces with marked qualities of tone and tenor. Thus, the different phases of American history, its social and political developments, can be seen, described, dramatized, and expressed in its fictional narratives, poetic compositions, and dramatic renderings. In the present phase of civilizational development, there is not much leisure left in most people's busy life, linked as it is with mechanical devices for the material growth of civilization. And yet, mankind cannot sustain itself merely by mechanical means. The human soul would always strive for its own satisfaction, which is derived from emotional and intellectual sources, and literature alone provides all that. No wonder all human societies, however primitive or sophisticated, have always had their own writings in prose and verse to fulfill its emotional and imaginative needs. American literature is one such example in the cosmic multitude of nations and communities, all having their own histories and philosophies enclosed in literary texts in verse and prose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for capturing the essence of the theme and giving us a comprehensive survey of major trends. in American literature from Transcendentalism to Post-Modernism. Thank you very much, sir, for your keynote address. It is a very proud moment for us today. We have got this opportunity, rare opportunity of having so many dignitaries here on the dais. And I would like to call upon the stage 5 of our students who have qualified NET JRF exam in the past 2.5 years. I call upon the stage Reena, Beena, Rajni, Rasna, and Madhu. The kind of struggles that girls here in the rural setup face, we can understand how much effort has gone into achieving this. No, English. I'm talking about English only. All these students have cleared NET, and one of them has cleared JRF also exam. Madhu. So, I would request Professor Dahiya to please honor these students. And it would be indeed a pleasure for these students if all the distinguished guests they join us in this photograph. Monica ma'am, Jaiswal sir, please. Jaiswal sir has been a teacher of these students. I'll request to have a group photograph of these students with all the distinguished guests. A huge round of applause for these students. They are an inspiration for me also and for all the students of this area. Yes, we are proud of you. We move on to the next feature of this event. That is virtual tour of our college, and we have here the events recorded in a single day. So I request all of you to enjoy this video.
अच्छा
अच्छा पीछे भाई
चमकती तस्वीर होती हैं बेटियां, राष्ट्र का तकदीर होती हैं बेटियां, भाई की कलाई पिता की परछाई होती हैं बेटियां, रिश्ते से पराई घर के कण में समाई होती हैं बेटियां, पैसे मांगती नहीं हक से उठा लेती हैं बेटियां, माँ के बीमार पड़ने पर बोल के तोड़ दवा मंगा लेती हैं बेटियां। और दोस्तों, आज बेटियों को ही समर्पित एक ऐसे महाविद्यालय में हूँ जिसने एक धर्मशाला से शुरुआत करके एक ऐसे मुकाम को नाम दे दिया। दोस्तों, मैं हूँ चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह महाविद्यालय।
इसके अलावा बच्चों के द्वारा स्लोगन राइटिंग और पोस्टर मेकिंग कॉम्पिटिशन आयोजित किया गया, जिसका डिस्प्ले आप देख पा रहे हैं सर। हमने बच्चों को एड्स पर एक दिखाई पॉजिटिव नाम से एक फनाना की मूवी है सर, 30 मिनट्स की अवेयरनेस फैलाने के लिए, जैसे कि आपने अपने वक्तव्य में कहा कि एड्स का जो इलाज है उसकी अवेयरनेस है, जागरूकता है, उसका सबसे बड़ा इलाज है। वो अभी हम इसके बिल्कुल करेंगे। उससे पहले हमारे
से 40 बच्चों से ये कन्या महाविद्यालय परिवार शुरू हुआ था और चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह जी जो हमारे फाउंडर मेंबर हैं उनके नमन करके हम कोई भी कार्य शुरू करते हैं। तो चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह जी को मैं याद करती हूँ आज कि उन्होंने इस कन्या महाविद्यालय का पौधारोपण किया था और आज वो एक बड़े पेड़ के रूप में हमारे सामने है।
कॉमनवेल्थ गेम्स में, एशियन गेम्स में भी हमारे हॉकी के बच्चे इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर चुके हैं। हमारे यहाँ से हर साल लगभग 200 से 250 बच्चे इन सभी अलग अलग इवेंट्स में पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं और महाविद्यालय का नाम को रोशन कर रहे हैं।
This tradition of bringing education to the rural area, this has a far-reaching impact on our society. We have so many alumni from this college who are well settled in life. They are abroad, also they are doing very good, and in jobs also. Teachers, so many teachers we have given to the society. Other than that, we have so good sports personalities who are representing us at the international level. Culture at the front of cultural activities also, we have never lagged behind. We have been very good in those programs also. In the interzonal, zonal, interzonal and national level, we have students who have really done us proud. And I hope for a very good future for this college.
देखिए हमारा ये कॉलेज 1984 में बना था और उस टाइम पर हमारे पास सिर्फ 65 स्टूडेंट्स थी और इस टाइम हमारे पास लगभग more than 1500 स्टूडेंट्स हैं और आसपास के गांवों से बच्चे आते हैं। पहले यहाँ पर ये बस फैसिलिटीज नहीं थी, लेकिन हमारे जो चौधरी ईश्वर सिंह जी जो इस महाविद्यालय के संस्थापक हैं, उन्होंने बसेस चलाई, वैन्स चलाई और उसकी वजह से आसपास के लगभग 24-25 गांवों से लड़कियां हमारे यहाँ पर आती हैं। तो विमेन एजुकेशन के लिए चौधरी साहब की बहुत बड़ी देन है, क्योंकि जब हम बच्चों से पूछते हैं कि अगर ये कॉलेज यहाँ पर ना होता तो क्या आप कॉलेज आते, तो वो कहते हैं हम बिल्कुल भी नहीं आते। कोविड कॉलेज भी होता तो भी हम नहीं जाते, क्योंकि ये एक गर्ल्स कॉलेज है। यहाँ पर टीचर्स के संस्कार इस तरह के हैं, इसीलिए हमारे पेरेंट्स हमें भेज देते हैं। हमें लगता है यहाँ माहौल बिल्कुल घर वाला है, सुरक्षित है, वरना हमारे लिए पढ़ाई संभव नहीं थी। तो नारी शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में चौधरी साहब की यह एक अतुलनीय देन है, जिसको मेरा शत प्रणाम।
I am the alumni of this college, so this is the most thesis moment for me. I teach in this college. यहाँ का जो अगर मैं environment की बात करूँ तो बहुत ही बढ़िया environment. I must say कि अगर ये college नहीं होता तो शायद इस area की जो local girls हैं around 70% वो educated ही नहीं होती. After the virtual tour of the college, it is the time to honor our guest with a token of love. So I request Madam Principal Dr. Shashi Kiran, Convener of the seminar Dr. Geeta Jaiswal, to honor our chief guest and keynote speaker with a shawl. I invite Professor Singh Kanya, former Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Convener Principal, and Dr. Geeta Jaiswal presenting the shawl to our chief guest. Now I request Dr. Madhu Chopra and Dr. Amita Rana to presenting the shawl to the guest of honor, Professor Divya Saxena. Professor Divya Saxena, ma'am. Thank you, madam.
एक मिनट मैम एक मिनट
यूनिफॉर्म लग रही है, टीम स्पिरिट।
थैंक यू मैम।
Now I invite Professor Girija Sharma to the stage. Professor Girija Sharma, ma'am. Mrs. Sushila Gar, Dr. Meenu Singhar, they will come to the stage. I will also join them.
हाँ जी मैम। थैंक यू।
Next, I invite Mr. Vinesh Walia and Dr. Rajendra to honor Professor S.P.S. Daya. I also request Dr. Vinita ma'am from Khan College and Dr. Seema from RKST College, Kaithal to join the guests. Teachers presenting a shawl to Professor S.P.S. Daya. Former professor in MDU University, Rohtak.
I welcome Professor Shravan Kumar Sharma, who has just arrived. He is senior professor in Gurukul Kamari University, and I would also like to introduce him as the supervisor of Reena ma'am, and earlier also our senior most associate professor of English who has retired. He is the supervisor of Satish Prabha ma'am also, who retired in 2018. I welcome you, sir, to the inaugural session. You are just in time, sir.
With a welcome, we also honor you, Professor Shravan Kumar Sharma. I request Dr. Premlata and Dr. Santosh of our college to honor Professor Shravan Kumar Sharma by presenting a shawl. Dr. Premlata, Dr. Santosh, presenting a shawl to our resource person, Professor Shravan Kumar Sharma. Now I invite Dr. Reena Gora, Dr. Vandana, Mrs. Kiran to honor Dr. Khun Prasad Sharma from Nepal. Dr. Khun Prasad Sharma. I think these teachers are busy in other duties, so I request Madam Principal and Dr. Geeta Jaiswal to honor the guest with the shawl. Thank you, Dr. Khun Prasad Sharma. Now I request Dr. Nidhi, Dr. Anu to honor Professor Monica Sethi. Our teachers honoring the guest with a shawl while draping him. This beautiful shawl, it matches to your suit also, ma'am.
Yes, I
appreciate
that.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Pushpa and Mrs. Geeta to honor Dr. Jaiswal by presenting the gift. Thank you, Dr. Jaiswal. I invite Mrs. Sushila Gar, co-convener of the seminar, on the stage for delivering a vote of thanks. Mrs. Sushila Gar, co-convener of the seminar.
A very good note to all. Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Singh Kanya, former Vice Chancellor, Kurukshetra University, Kurukshetra. Our guest of honor, Professor Devya Saxena, former Associate Professor, Middle Tennessee State University, USA. Distinguished resource persons from various universities of India and abroad, respected principals from colleges of the nearby area, worthy delegates, guests, media persons, and dear colleagues. I consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the Department of English and the entire organizing committee to all the eminent dignitaries who have spared their valuable time for being with us in this 3-day international seminar. We, the principal and staff, feel profoundly grateful to Honorable Chief Guest and Keynote Speaker, Professor Singh Kanya, who has graced this occasion with his benign presence. This international seminar couldn't have been possible without his constant support and guidance. Sir, your enlightening, comprehensive and informative talk on various aspects of American literature reflects your great knowledge, and it will surely be a source of knowledge and inspiration to seek more knowledge for all the dignitaries and delegates present here. I can't stop myself from sharing here that I have been a student of Sir way back in 1989. I seek your blessings, Sir. I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Divya Saxena, former Associate Professor, Middle Tennessee State University, USA, our guest of honor on this special occasion. Ma'am, we really feel glad to find you amongst us, and we are eager to listen to your intellectual discourse. I place on record my deep sense of gratitude to our honorable and renowned resource persons. To name them, Professor Girija Sharma, retired Professor, Department of English, Himachal Pradesh University, Shimla. Professor Monica Sethi, former Head, Department of English, University of Jammu. Professor S.P.S. Dahiya, retired Professor, Department of English, MD University, Rohtak. Professor Shravan Kumar Sharma, Department of English, Gurukul Kangri Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. Dr. Khum Prasad, Padma Kanya Multiple Campus, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Dr. Jaiswal, Associate Professor of English, the English and Foreign Languages University, Hyderabad. All these eminent speakers have taken out time from their busy schedule for being with us to share their valuable thoughts on various sub-themes of the seminar. Their gracious presence has added grandeur to this occasion. I hope the delegates and research scholars will definitely get benefited from their thought-provoking discourses and deliberations in the upcoming sessions. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the President of the governing body of our college, Shri Tejvir Singh, Vice President, Shri Harinder Singh Kotia, General Secretary, Shri Parveen Mittal, Treasurer, Shri Rajiv Kumar, and all other members of the Managing Committee whose constant motivation and enormous cooperation inspire us to organize such events of relevance time and again. I must also mention my deep sense of appreciation for our principal, Dr. Shashi Kiran, under whose dynamic leadership we initiate to organize such huge events. With her constant motivation and encouragement, she acts as a guiding force for all of us. I can't forget to appreciate Dr. Geeta Jaiswal, convener of the seminar, who made sincere and constant efforts to make this seminar a dream come true. I express grateful thanks to the sponsoring organizations whose wholehearted support has made this seminar possible. I would also like to thank all the media persons who are always there for the coverage of the proceedings of our seminars and other programs at the behest of the principal. Also, my sincere thanks to all the teaching and non-teaching staff members of the college who have been working constantly for many days for the successful organization of the seminar. Once again, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers, delegates, faculty members, research scholars and students for their enthusiastic participation in the seminar. It has been really a great pleasure to see you all here. I assure you all that this academic exercise will prove very fruitful and enlightening for all of us. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Geeta madam, for extending vote of thanks. Now, at the end of this inaugural session of 3 Destination Seminar, there will be national anthem, so I request all the distinguished guests to stand at their own place in the honor of national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए सब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all. So, all are requested to have a cup of tea in the yoga hall downstairs, and we will be assembling again at, the tea arrangement is in this seminar hall on my left side. You can have a cup of tea, and we will be assembling again within 15 minutes for the plenary session. Thank you all.
I was never expecting कि आप लोग यहाँ होंगे. मैंने पूछा भी उनसे कि ऐसा तो नहीं सब ऑनलाइन ही होगी. नहीं काफ़ी लोग आएंगे. मुझे लगता है कि आपका फर्स्ट टाइम भी कोई डाउट.
So, as we know, the 20th century was pretty much a series of wars, starting from the Boer War, the Korean War, the First World War, Cold War, name it, there's war. Even today, as we speak, there is an ongoing conflict in almost every corner of our globe, where the common questions that the wasteland is asking, in T.S. Eliot wasteland, those questions still remain. What are these questions? Let's look at it. So, I'm sorry the slide is, the full screen is slightly small, so it might be difficult to read. So I'll read this out. The First World War, or the Great War, was the most unprecedentedly traumatic event of the early 20th century. It was deeply scarring to the human psyche, and it left political and psychological issues that remain unresolved even today. When you hear Serbia, when you hear, Herzegovina, when you hear Austro-Hungary, those battles are still being fought today. Half the problem with the Ukraine war even today is that it is, a residual conflict. Now, continuing armed conflict and ever-advancing technological weaponry continue to threaten global peace. So in their own time, the modernist thinkers and writers on both sides of the Atlantic, such as W.B. Yeats in Ireland and T.S. Eliot in the United States, attempted to confront and find an alternative resolution to it says, things fall apart, the center cannot hold. See, when your entire world is exploding in fragments, how do you hold on to something? How do you retain some kind of sanity? And how do you even plan for a future? Today we've got people in Turkey coming out from earthquakes, you see rubble. How do they confront the idea of complete destruction, annihilation of their world, whatever world it is? So they tried to turn to the Oriental and specifically the Indian spiritual texts for guidance and support. Now, when in the Indian tradition, for the presentation is Pralay, what do you understand by Pralay? Anybody? If you can help me, what is Pralay? Yes. Destruction. Cosmic level destruction. Where the only way is you hit the bottom and you have to start again from the bottom. You have to rise up. Okay? So Pralaya is not a one-time entity. In a lot of Western texts, you hear, oh, the second coming, oh, the end of the world is coming. I've lived long enough in the US and Canada. You walk through the street, some idiot is ringing a bell and saying, repent, the end of the world is coming. Now, that's the end of the world. They have nothing beyond that. But in our tradition, in the Indian tradition, it's nothing new. It's a recurring cycle of events. Anyone knows Manvantara? What is a Manvantara? Age of Manu. There have not been one Manu, there have been several. And each Manu reigns for a certain time. Our cosmic calculations of time are completely different than what Western linear limited time thinks. We think infinite time, the Western mind thinks finite time. And the idea is that a Manvantara is a set of yugas. There are 4 yugas: Satyug, Dwapar, Treta and Kali. At the end of every Kali, another Pralaya occurs, another set of yugas starts. And when a complete set of yugas is, several yugas set is complete, then a Manvantara is complete. That is one day of Brahma. We have relative time. Even Einstein recognized that yes, the Indian way of calculating time was very different, very, very, impressive. So now we're going to see how texts like the Vishnu Puran and the Mahabharata could have influenced T.S. Eliot's representation of the Great War, basically the accompanying trauma of how, we seek comfort and resolution. How Pralaya is not an ending, but a beginning. In the 4 quartets, he starts with, in my beginning is my end, but then he concludes with, in my end is my beginning. Anyhow, so he says, he intersects Western ideas with Indian spiritual thought to comprehend and console the psychological scars of the conflict. You see, physical scars can heal. Political scars can be papered over. See, France and Germany are friends today. They fought 2 world wars. They can be papered over. They still don't like each other, but they're working together. But what about the psychological trauma? See, I've watched some of the YouTube videos and some of the Pakistani videos say, I still remember my village back home on the Indian side of Punjab. See? So those psychological memories, the scars of traumatic events, of loss and disintegration are not easy to heal. So Eliot is concerned with how do I use this Oriental wisdom? And we don't know which of the Purans you must have read, but I selected the Vishnu Puran because in 1896 H.H. Wilson's edition came out, his English translation came out. And that would have been the most recent translation available to T.S. Eliot. See, H.H. Wilson's translation of the Vishnu Puran was 1896. And The Wasteland is written right after the First World War and published 1922. So while complete annihilation of the familiar can be very painful and intolerable, Eliot concludes that it is ultimately a gateway to rebirth. A simplistic, black and white, either or kind of statements. There's very few shades of grey. The way there's very little multiple dimensional, approaches as there are in the Quran. When I asked at the beginning, how many Qurans do we have? We have 18. Essentially, it's the same story from this different perspective, from different perspectives. The Devi Puran will tell it from the Devi perspective, the feminist perspective. The Shiv Puran will say, no, Shiva was the deity. The Bhagavad and Vishnu Puran will say something else. But it's essentially the same story. See, the Sagar Manthan, the Devasur war is the same story. It's coming down to whichever date you're tracking. Right? So now, when you look at the destruction of the First World War, this is very much what a great deal of our war-torn landscapes look even today. You go to Ethiopia, you go to Africa, you go to Central Europe, Eastern Europe, Ukraine, anywhere. And Eliot's words are, you see, he says, come with me. Here the dead tree gives no shelter. The cricket, there is no water. So a drought has set in. A dryness has set in. We're talking global warming today. So Eliot is in a way prophetic that there's not only a drought in the physical landscape, there's also an emotional and intellectual drought or dryness. See, we don't for emotions, or we are afraid of expressing our emotions. And he says, come with me, I will show you fear in a handful of dust. See, we have this saying in the Quran that you can hold the entire cosmos in one atom of dust. See, it becomes microcosmic, macrocosmic. And when you think about it, and this is again very small to read, see, when annihilation, there is nitya annihilation, which is an ongoing destruction of the negativity inside us. See, so when you look at the wasteland, you have 4 sections. And I'm not saying because the wasteland is representing the fragmented reality of modernist thought, but it is not that it is one-on-one matching. It is fragments floating through these 4 sections of these 4 kinds of dissolution. There is elemental dissolution, unreal city. See, then there is personal. Who is that walks beside you? See, there are different things floating around over there, and so he says. Now, just to digress before I go ahead, just to give you an idea of the kind of time we are thinking of. You see, Western thought thinks 24 hours, 365, 366 days, a year, you're calculating anniversary, or the 24th of February, it will be the first anniversary of the Russian-Ukraine war, etc. But when we calculate time, it is time, not manav time in terms of human. Here manav means manu. So in the time of one manu, 10 divine years is 1 day and 1 night. This is not an easy concept for a Western mind to capture. We take it easy, we have internalized it. See, when you say in the Mahabharata that, Raja Revat with his daughter Revati goes to visit Brahma, and by the time he comes back, he finds the time, everything on earth has changed. There's nobody, large enough or giant enough to marry his daughter, so he finds only one man, that is Balaram, and he says, you marry my daughter. Otherwise, men have shrunk, everything has gone down, everything has deteriorated. But he says, I've only been away for 1 day and 1 night. And they say, no, that was Brahma's 1 day and 1 night. This is earth time. So we have to be very careful. You see, for a long time in colonial India, we have had to rely upon Western translations of our works. Where Dharma becomes religion, it is not. Where Manu becomes man, it is not. Manav is descendant of Manu. And anything to do with Manav is what Manu has done. So even Manusmriti has been in a way desecrated because of very, very faulty translations. So I'm extremely, cautious about translations. So now here you have one section where the fragmentation starts. And you have everything. I'm giving you this segment, Madame Sosostris, famous clairvoyante. Obviously, I said, Belladonna, Lady of the Rocks, is happy Roman. And then there's the tarot, the wheel of fortune, turning, one-eyed merchant. And then he says, I see fear death by water, I see crowds of people walking round in a ring. This is what Eliot says in the beginning. What is happening? We are like on a, not a roller coaster, but like on a, that little rat wheel that the hamster keeps turning, running. And you're constantly walking in that circle, always coming back to where you were, but never going anywhere. So what is happening here is, there's a collapse of linear time, there's fake spirituality. A tarot card, an astrologer, they are not spiritual. They are playing with our minds, they're planting ideas, but they're not telling us the way to go. Anybody read tarot cards? Anybody is an astrologer? Yeah? Actually, one of my cousins was telling me, Didi, you're going to meet somebody very good looking one of these days. Now this will happen, that will happen. And then recently his wife passed away. I said, did you see that coming? Right? You can tell me what's going to happen in my future, but you don't know what's happening in your own home. What kind of astrologer are you? Nobody controls the future, except us. So there's deception, there's mutability, there's inexorable time, and man is caught in the cycle of time. You can't think beyond. Everything to go back to the way it was. We keep looking back to where we came from. See? The older generation will say, "Arey, we were one country." You know, every time I meet a Pakistani taxi driver in Baltimore, they say, "Arey, ma'am, we were one qawm, we were one awam, we were one." I said, "Go to Wagah border and say that." Wagah border पे जाके बोल के दिखाओ तो हिम्मत मानेंगे, Baltimore में बोलना पड़ता था. But the point is that nostalgia is there, but we don't do anything about it. Where is the spirit? You can say anything on the video that we love each other, we are all very friendly, we are all. Where is the spirit? That is what Eliot is saying. So there's a refusal to accept the cycle of creation, life, degeneration, death, rebirth. We don't believe in rebirth, actually. We don't have faith. What happened? So it goes on, he says, and the 5 elements are represented in the wasteland. I'm trying to keep this a little tight because we are running behind time very badly. So this presentation, I can make it available to anybody who wants to go over it. I can always send a PDF for you guys if you want to go through, because the sections from the Patron is the knowledge that ends suffering. That is what Eliot is looking for. And suffering, we accept it as a human condition. But how do you find the knowledge that will help you transcend that suffering? And then he says the third kind of, renewal is the removal of whatever differences you might have. You know, when you say you become one with Atman and Paramatman, see? And it is very easy. If anybody is a Vaishnava, you will understand that you always say that you see the same spirit in everybody. Right? So this is the idea that he is getting. Can I see the same thing? Across wars, across battlefields, can I see the same patterns repeating? If the same patterns are repeating, then the solution must also be common to all of these situations. Anyhow, so when there is dissolution and decay, in the Indian tradition we call it, and you say things are going to get worse and worse. I think you are planting it and watering it and feeding it and not growing. Then it was killed. You are planting dead seeds, they are not going to grow. So he says, ultimately he says, what shall I do now? What shall I do? I shall rush out as I am, walk the street with my hair down. What shall we do tomorrow? What shall we ever do? And one of the classic conversations you have in the US among students is, what you're doing? I don't know. You ask, you try, you see, we don't stop in our rush through life. We don't really stop to ask the kind of conversations we're having. Up, guarantee se puch lijiye. You talk to anybody on the phone. Kya ho raha hai? Kuch nahi. Kahin jana hai? Pata nahi. This is how we talk. So anyhow, ultimately we don't know what to do, how to get through things. And when you have that upsee, it's like, I just want to know, hurry up please, it's time. What a time we have spent. Right? Anyhow, so yes, materialistic modern existence is transitory, relationships are crumbling, nothing is happening. How do you do it? The fire sermon is burning, and in the image of the fire sermon, you can see the crumbling time after Krishna departs. Dwarka ka kya haal hota hai? Anybody know? Krishna Nagari hai Dwarka. What happens to Dwarka? Pardon? Pani mein gayi thi. Yes, it goes into the water. Death by water. Right? And so he says, Arjun comes back, he says, I will defend everybody, I will take all the women to Hastinapur, and he gets beaten up by herdsmen. On the way, all the women get stolen, all his goods get stolen, and he comes back, he says, Gandhi pe nahi chala. Why? If the spirit is not with you, then nothing you have done in the past is going to be of any use to you. But the message is also, the sage Vyas tells Arjun, for rebirth to occur, death has to happen. See? And death is a result of old age. This is what you are facing. This is a cycle that is natural. So Eliot also comes into this, and he says, and they got a shock when they saw it, because when you look at it from a certain perspective, it does look like somebody riding some kind of animal and building a spear above his head. Right? Does it? So now, dissolution, regeneration follows, and then of course, Eliot turns to Ganga. When Ganga is replenished, the thunder comes, and there are these three things which are again Puranic. The, Datta, what have we given? Damyata, Dayadvam. There is pity in your heart, compassion, and Damyata. See, control, discipline. See? And so he says, this is when the boat responded, the sea was calm, your heart too would have responded, being obedient to controlling hands. To control. Okay? And there you have another NASA image, which is called, they've called it the hand of God. Now, these are the three fragmented pieces of knowledge that he takes from the Purana, and that brings Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. So here you have two Sudarshan chakras. One, you see, Yeats would have been very happy. One system is ending, and at that point where rebirth occurs, the other life is already beginning to expand. Okay? And so the last section is like a kaleidoscope. If you've ever played with a kaleidoscope, you shake it every time things fall apart, and then you have a new picture. Then you admire the new picture, shake it again, bing, it goes again. You can never recreate the same picture again and again, and yet it is the same fragments, the same pieces, everything is the same. Okay? So Eliot concludes that linear time will always be finite and material. Mankind needs to realize the spirit, infinite spirit within. Okay? Destruction and dissolution will be painful because familiar parameters disappear. Regeneration will be inevitable, and cycles of time, the yugas, will keep occurring again and again. But essentially, creation and creator will never change.
For the brilliant exposition of an iconic poem, The Wasteland, which most of us have studied while we were growing up. But this was an entirely new perspective that you put forth. And I'm sure everyone must have enjoyed spirituality and fake spirituality. The way you juxtapose both of these is really, really very interesting. And I'm sure all of you must have, stimulated your minds to think differently about this poem, the way we had not really looked at it before, in spite of its Indian connection, which is so very evident. So thank you very much. I wish I could go on and
I'm very happy that people actually answered.
Yes, I'm sure they are full of questions and comments, but for the lack of time, I guess we will take the questions and comments after all the presentations are over. Now next, I invite Professor S.P.S. Thaya to make his presentation. Black African women and beloved.
Violence against black women is study of Toni Morrison.
Yeah. Toni Morrison's Beloved, another novel that you're very familiar with, is going to discuss.
The story upon which the novel is based is an 1855 newspaper account of a runaway slave from Kentucky named Margaret Gardner, reproduced from the 10th page of the Black Book, which reflects of memorabilia representing 300 years of black history. The book not only records the material condition of black life from slavery to freedom, but also exhibits the black cultural production that grew out and in spite of these conditions. Margaret Gardner, a black slave, escaped from her owner in Kentucky, crossed the Ohio River, and attempted to find refuge in Cincinnati. On being pursued by her owner and a posse of officers, Margaret killed her child rather than allow it to return to a future of servitude. The story of Margaret was eventually historical analogue of the plot of Beloved. Morrison explains in her interview with Bonnie Angelo that she had, quote, terrible reluctance about dwelling on that era law with his sons. After 28 days of blissful freedom, Seth is once again faced with the spectre of slavery in the form of a school teacher who comes to reclaim his fugitive slaves. By setting the novel during Reconstruction, Morrison, quotes, invokes the inescapability of slavery, for the very name of the period calls to mind the havoc and destruction wrought during the antebellum and war years. The terroristic texture of slave system invested the white man with power and authority to use violence in all its forms and as a weapon to impose economic, social, and political hegemony over the blacks. The novelist chronicles the physical and psychological damages caused to both black men and women by the white man. However, Toni Morrison concentrates on an elaboration of female pain, the history of which is inscribed in the mental and physical scars that each woman in her narrative bears. The violent pains and pains she suffered on account of her role as a captive labor force, as breeding instrument, as well as nurse for white children, and an object of sexual exploitation are too scathing to be forgotten. Frances Beale rightly observes that, quote, her physical image has been maliciously maligned. She has been sexually assaulted. Like the boundaries difference between animal and human. In an appalling act of ultimate physical violence, the nephews of the school children violate Seth. She is violently handled and abused as if, quote, and this is very important, she were a cow, no, the goat, back behind the stable, because it was too nasty to stay in with the horses. She is being compared to animals. Such brazen acts of physical violence were perpetrated by white men because the black slaves were merely beasts of burden and not human beings for them. For the white masters, black female slaves were no more than breeding animals. Seth is regarded as valuable possession since, quote, she is property that produced itself without cost. As a woman, she is capable of breeding and furnishing the farm with free labor the way you have an animal. School teacher chastises his nephew because he had robbed sweet home of Seth, who had, quote, at least 10 breeding years left, unquote. School teacher in fact represents such American intellectuals as Glazer and Moynihan, who defend slavery on the ground that the Negro has, quote, no values and no culture to protect, unquote. And therefore, it becomes white man's moral duty to oversee, control, and guide them. The school teacher and sheriff view Seth's act of infanticide as, quote, testimony to the results of a little so-called freedom imposed on people who needed every care and guidance in the world to keep them from the cannibal life they preferred. The degradation of the blacks to the level of animals has natural corollary in the sense that they are denied even the basic luxury of naming, because name not only indicates and imparts individuality to a person, but also expresses an assertion of self. The slaves are named after their owners because definition belongs to the definer and not the defined. The linguistic relationship between the giver and the receiver, the namer and the named, reflects the power of relationship between the white owner and his black slaves. Like animals, the black slaves could be subjected to any type of physical violence with impunity. They could be branded, whipped, lashed, raped, murdered, abused, or lynched. Baby Sachs, Seth and Seth's mother are classical examples of various forms of physical violence inflicted on them by their white masters. Baby Sachs was so much physically tortured that it had, quote, busted her legs, back, head, eyes, hands, kidneys, womb, and tongue. She had nothing left to make a living, unquote. She had a broken hip and jerked like a three-legged dog while walking against his will compared to a dog. Seth's nameless mother had been branded with a circular scar that her breast, which she shows to Seth so that she could recognize if the worst befell her. Seth did not understand the terror and violence symbolized by the circular mark, and she asked her mother to brand her also. What she gets in return is a hard slap on her face, because by this time she doesn't understand what branding actually means. Sexual violence was the ultimate weapon in the hands of white masters. The black woman was compulsorily used and abused by the slave masters, his overseer, or any other white male on the plantation. The white man on the plantation could satisfy his sexual hunger with any of the black women who could have the guts to say no to white men's sexual adventures. They were forced into various sexual associations with white males because the only recourse available to them was violent death at the hands of masters. Either be a sexual object or die, that was the only alternative left with them. Besides this, the slave woman's reproductive power was also abused to make her a slave-producing machine. Billingsley brings out double advantage of this kind of sexual subjugation, which accrued from sex relation with his female slaves, but also the economic advantage which accrued from selling her offspring in the open market. Through maybe such circumstances, Morrison scathingly criticizes slavery for its sanctified physical abuse of a slave woman's reproductive power. Baby Suggs had 8 children by 6 different men. She had to trade sex for 4 months with the master to prevent the sale of unspeakable violence on the most hallowed and cherished institutions of black families. Sisters were sold, mothers were sold, sons were sold, and there was nothing that a family represents to a black woman. I have been asked by the chair to be brief. So to conclude, besides being a frightening narrative of unspeakable past, full of blasts of pain, misery and suffering, Beloved is at the same time a testimony to the heroic spirit, strength, resistance and integrity of black women who, while living on the precipice of dissolution, have managed to keep their history and culture alive. Besides, it is also a testimony to the role of community in the lives of the blacks. When Denver finds Seth sitting like a rag doll, she steps beyond the confines of our haunted house and reaches out to black community for help. The communal love and kindness Denver receives from the community and its immediate intervention to save the family from the diabolical designs of the ghost testify to the life-giving rule of the community. It is Morrison's insistence on the widespread haunting of losses and traumas caused by unspeakable violence against which the spirit of the black women emerges as literal that makes the reading of Beloved a frightening, low, and ennobling experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Kanya, for this poignant presentation. Underlining the trauma, the pain, the agony that the black women had to bear. And Toni Morrison, of course, brings to the fore the trauma which ultimately leads to the empowering of these women in spite of all odds. Again, it was a very interesting presentation, and I hate to sum up things, and similarly I hate to tell speakers to be brief, but then there are constraints of time, so that has to be done. I would request the other two speakers to kindly limit their presentations to 12 minutes each. Not that I would like to say that, but them. We just can't help it. So now I request Professor Monica Sethi to speak on depiction of slavery in American slave narratives and modern fiction.
Before I begin my presentation, I would like to congratulate Dr. Shashi Kiran, Dr. Geeta and their team on the wonderful organization of this seminar, and thank you for having me and making me a part of this academic activity. Thank you so much. Now my presentation, I take on, it's quite closely related to Professor Dahiya's presentation. I am also going to talk on Afro-American women's writing. But what I'm going to do here is a comparison between the portrayal of slavery in the slave narratives and the modern fiction. Fiction by women who have, black women of course, but not women who have been slaves themselves. But so what are the points of similarity and divergences that are briefly, but since time is short, I'll just restrict myself to the time I've been told. Right. So slavery is a subject that has been on the minds of countless people for millennia, and the United States of America was no exception. The most useful and thought-provoking aspect that rose from slavery in America was the slave narrative, which has been deemed, I quote, the genre that began the African-American literary tradition in prose. Since the abolition of slavery, the quest to reveal its dark underbelly and its continued effect on people. Now, these fictionalized slave tales can force the understanding of the history and institution of slavery in America, just as slave narratives were during their time. Fantasy can have the effect of revealing the topic in a way that opens it to a wider audience, which is what these authors use to keep the knowledge of slavery in the light and unburied by time. Their work is comparable to the slave narratives of black female slaves such as Harriet Jacobs, her work, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. All of these women have used their writing to touch upon many issues of slavery. Their works discuss the troubles experienced within slavery, such as jealous mistresses, sexual exploitation, intelligence as a blessing or curse, community and motherhood, as well as those that extended past the abolition, which was continued servitude, the pains and rewards of remembering, and the search for self-worth, and even the issues faced and decisions made by black women in the process of writing and publication, such as linear versus cyclical narratives and ornaments. In 1861, one of the earliest slave narratives, Harriet Jacobs published her life story under the title Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl. It was the first slave narrative by an African-American woman and also one of the longest and most detailed accounts of slavery at the time of its publication. Unfortunately, it was overshadowed by the Civil War and was not truly revived until the 1970s and 80s, when it became the most widely known African-American women's text from the 19th century. Jacobs, like most slave narratives, tells the story of her life in slavery and escape to freedom. Unlike most male slave narratives, she breaks the ideas of black women as defenseless and pathetic objects of lust. Instead, she uses her sexuality and intelligence to escape further exploitation by her masters and obtains freedom not just for herself but also for her children. I'll leave out the analysis. So most slave narratives before the Civil War were written with two goals. First, to help the individual assert their identity in the world and serve the purposes of the abolition movement. Now, Jacob's narrative was written to serve the same purpose, but was primarily focused on a particular audience, the white women. In William J. Andrews' classic African-American women's narratives, he describes her desire to, I quote, forge a bond of sympathetic identification. To forge a bond of sympathetic identification between white women of the North and slave mothers of the South. Her narrative is considered a domestic novel since it was written by a woman for women with a focus on family, motherhood, female chastity and domesticity. It is because of these standards that she had to narrow her experience to what would fit into the mold and be experienced comfortably by the feminine minds, which had exceedingly shallow knowledge of the, within quotes, real South. On top of the standards set for her narration due to her gender, there were also general guidelines for slave narratives that she had to meet to be published. The first of these was having a white person acknowledge her work and writing a piece, be it a letter, preface or foreword for her narrative to prove that it was not a falsehood. This need arose from the deep belief at that time that blacks could not be trusted and only the approval of a white person, Lydia Maria Child in Jacob's case, would assure readers that the work was not fictional and worth reading. Two other conventions of slave narratives were, first, a description of how the narrator learned to read and write, and second, a clear presentation of their Christianity. The latter was a part of why Jacob stated her case carefully, especially concerning Mr. Sands, the Englishman she is involved with, and what shaped her narrative into the story of a self-sacrificing mother, repentant for her sin, but persevering for the sake of her children's well-being and freedom. So now many of these themes represented in incidents in the life of a slave narrative, the original writing, can also be found in the modern interpretations of slavery written by black women. Perhaps the most striking difference, what is the difference, between the slave narratives and modern pieces concerning slavery is a matter of audience. While Jacobs had a specific audience and intention to bring white women further into this sphere of the abolition movement, authors today, or Toni Morrison, Walker and others, have no specific agenda for their writing. They have no need to rely on a particular audience, at least not to the extent of hiding the truth for the sake of self-preservation, a way that African Americans had to during a time in which the world still believed them to be a sort of subspecies of human. For example, Jacobs had her narrative published under the false name Linda Brent to save herself and others in the narrative from the possible backlash of the piece, especially due to her recollections concerning female sexuality. There was also the issue of not being too upsetting for the white audience of the time for whom the books were being written, partly to gain support. It was this sort of inevitable censorship that Toni Morrison, in her research for the novel Beloved, was disappointed by. She believed that, I quote, the full ugly truth of slavery, unquote, could not really come out through slave narratives because, I quote, they were adjusted for 19th century abolitionist readers, unquote. So I'll leave out the analysis of Toni Morrison and how it is similar to the earlier slave narrative. Professor Thaya has already, dealt with it at length. Then the other novel that I had taken, the modern novel, was Alice Walker's The Color Purple. So that is also in many a modern rendition of a slave tale. I'll leave that out also because most of us are familiar with. Very quickly, I'll just point, I came across a postmodern fiction on a slave tale. Very quickly, I'll just read a few lines and then conclude. So this postmodern narrative is Kindred by Octavia Butler. This is a science fiction, a fantasy novel with the qualities of a historical slave narrative. The novel appears as, within quotes, an inverse slave narrative with Dana, that is the protagonist, the black female protagonist being born into freedom and entering slavery on her 26th birthday in 1976, the bicentennial year of the United States independence. It is on this birthday that Dana is somehow sent back in time to a plantation in the antebellum South, where her slave-owning ancestor, Rufus, is in danger. Dana is sent back in time at random intervals to save the life of Rufus whenever it is necessary to assure her own existence in the future, a process that dictates the direction of the narrative. Most slave narratives have a succession of moments that the author experiences and chronicles, including their awakening to their situation, the realization that they are in fact slaves and wish to be so no longer, incidents of brutality and inhumanity upon the slave population, and the escape attempt. Kindred, like the other novels, the modern fiction essay, has these moments, even though they are all somewhat inverted due to the nature of the storyline. So Dana experiences brutality, all of that, I leave out the analysis. So it is quite similar, although the progression and the plot line is different. So I'll just come to the conclusion. Whereas the slave narratives and the novels that I had to discuss, but I just skipped, but you're all familiar with that, focus on a progression from some form of slavery to freedom, sometimes with a detour in between, such as the case of Beloved. No other narrator or protagonist has been quite as honest as an eye-opening to the pressures of slavery in a way that Dana is. It is so very easy for the modern reader to say that they would never allow themselves to live under slavery. They would run away, start a revolution, kill themselves. But Butler helps the reader realize that slavery was not just on the southern plantations in a distant time, but was a way of life and a national stigma that was not completely erased even into the 20th century. A main theme that affects all the four women writers we've taken up, Jacob, C, Sally, and Dana, is the threat of sexual exploitation, which was perhaps the primary form of oppression and danger for black women, both in and out of the confines of slavery. If Seeth wants a gravestone for her dead baby, she must be willing to have sex with the engraver. Sally has been raped most of her life, first by her father and later by her husband, which has stunted her ability to receive or give love. To escape concubinage by her master, Mr. Flint, Jacobs had to give herself to another white man, tarnishing her reputation at a time when pregnancy out of wedlock was an abomination, and set a stake between her and her once loving grandmother. Dana, again, must make the choice between being sexually overcome by her ancestor or ending the cycle with the possibility of ending her own existence. Rape is unfortunately a dire concern for all four women, and fear of rape is so habitually as to be common sense. Unquote. There is no doubt that out of the many issues faced by women throughout history, it is rape that continues. Now, literature has been one of the most useful tools in social change for most of mankind's history. Slave narratives were crucial to the black experience in America's slave era and were often used as tools of the abolition movement. These true accounts were written for a white abolitionist audience and had to meet certain guidelines to be published. Though the weight of these true accounts of slavery are not to be overlooked, slavery has become a topic also addressed in fiction, sometimes to a deeper effect. Novels such as Beloved, The Color Purple, and Kindred use fiction to give us a deeper and possibly truer look into slavery. This is partially due to their freedom from a specific audience and much looser guidelines. These novels were also produced in an era in which a person, more specifically a black person, and most of all, a black woman, did not have to be proven trustworthy by a third white party. These authors were also able to see from a modern and past view of slavery, which may have given their work more depth and gave them an insight into what is believed about slavery now compared to what it actually was. Toni Morrison, Alice Walker, and Octavia Butler have all given contemporary readers a look into the lives of black women in the context of slave-driven America. They have done this in fiction as those like Jacobs did with their own life stories. These novels, as well as the narratives, work together to give the modern world a sense of slavery's effect on the perspective of black women, both past and present. Thank you. I hope I
Thank you very much, Professor Monica Sethi, for this truly insightful and interesting presentation. And you beautifully highlighted as to how slave narratives were different from the narratives that came out later because of the gradual empowerment of their black selves. But I guess it was the slave narratives which set the tone to this kind of, survival through writing. And these women, of course, asserted themselves through writings beautifully. So thank you very much once again. And now I invite Professor Shravan Kumar from Gurukul Kanya University to make his presentation on assertion of the Indian traditions, knowledge tradition in American literature.
Thank you, ma'am. अभी जब प्रेजेंटर्स आ रहे थे यहाँ पर और आप टाइम कंस्ट्रेंट बता रही थी, तो मैं सोचा था मैं क्या बोलूं, तो मुझे 3 बातें याद आई। एक तो मुझे याद आई कि एक उपनिषद में एक ऋषि कहते हैं कि ऐसा क्या है कि मैं जिसे जान के सब जान जाऊं। तो मुझे लगा ऐसा मैं क्या बताऊं जो एक मेरी बात सब समझ जाए। दूसरी मुझे फिर एक बात याद आई, जो प्रार्थना मंत्र होते हैं तो उसमें बार बार एक श्लोक आता है, कस्मई देवाय हर्षा भी देवा। तो इतने सारे मैंने सोचा ये बात करूंगा आपसे जाके, ये बात करूंगा तो मैं किस टू विच गॉड आई शुड ऑफर माय ऑपरेशन। और तीसरा मुझे एक शेर याद आया कि चांद के साथ कई दर्द पुराने निकले, चांद के साथ कई दर्द पुराने निकले, जितने गम थे वो तेरे गम के बहाने निकले, और दिल ने एक ईंट से ताबीर किया ताजमहल, तूने एक बात कही लाख फसाने निकले। तो ये सारी बात मुझे याद आई। तो मुझे लगता है कि जो बात आज करनी से फिर कभी करेंगे जब वक्त होगा, तो आज कुछ ऐसी हल्की की बातें करेंगे, कुछ जो सुनी मैम ने भी जिक्र किया, एक्सपीरियंस का जिक्र किया, प्रलय का जिक्र किया, ब्रह्मा का जिक्र किया, and I intended to the word, just one word, that was ब्रह्म। जो ब्रह्म है हमारे यहाँ एक्चुअली 2 शैली है, एक पुराण शैली है, एक मंत्र शैली है। तो मैं मंत्र शैली में बात करूंगा, तो थोड़ी जल्दी बात तो मेरी पूरी हो जाएगी। एक जिक्र आता है, हमारे ऋषि जब बात कर रहे थे तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद में, तो वहां वरुण ऋषि हैं, ही इज टॉकिंग अबाउट ब्रह्म। तो उनके बेटे हैं भृगु, वो भी बैठे हुए हैं नैमिषारण्यक में, क्योंकि हमारे नैमिषारण्यक के वही सेमिनार होती थी ऋषियों की, अब तो हम सभी कर लेते हैं। तो वहां हमारे जब सब चले गए तो पूछा कि व्हाट इज दिस ब्रह्म। तो लगा नहीं कि तुम बड़े हो जाओ तो समझ जाओगे। I want to know what is Brahman. So उन्होंने कहा कि then you need to meditate, you need to undergo plans. बताओ how can I do it? तो उन्होंने कहा कि तुम जाओ फिर जाओ मेडिटेट करो कि मुझे जरा पहचान तो बताओ what is this Brahm? तो उन्होंने कहा the Brahm is from which we are born, by which we grow, to which we move, and ultimately which we merge into. वही ब्रह्म है और कुछ भी नहीं है। तो चले गए वो पहले जाके तपस्या की, भूख लगी उन्हें बहुत ज्यादा, तो उन्हें लगा कि he came back and said कि I have now realized what Brahman is. What is Brahman? अन्नम ब्रह्मेति योजना, जो अन्न है वही ब्रह्म है। तो हंसने लगे, दोबारा गए, उन्होंने फिर कहा आगे कि जो प्राण है that's a very important vital layers, and he realized vital layers as Brahman. ये ब्रह्म है तो जो प्राण है ये हमारा ब्रह्म है। फिर गए, फिर आए, ईश्वरों का मन को कहा कि मनो ब्रह्मेति योजना, मन रियलाइज मन एज ब्रह्म। फिर आए, फिर गए, फिर ज्ञान विज्ञान पढ़ा, आई नॉलेज। He just became very simple, सहज, बड़े आराम से बैठ के सबको देखा, no discrimination, no trouble down, all difference trouble down, और बड़े आनंद के state of mind में state of mind that is bliss. जो आनंद है वही ब्रह्म है, where we trouble down difference. तो जितने हमारे आप वेदों से लेके right from Ved, Upanishad, Quran, or then great epics, and then again the great literature inspired by our higher values, वहाँ एक ही बात है, that is experience. And the experience of Brahma, तो ब्रह्म कोई कुछ भी नहीं है. Brahma is not God. Brahma is not Brahma. But the variation, ब्रह्म के variations हैं, उनके गुणों के कारण हमने सब कर दिया बात में. पर वेदों में कुछ जाते हैं, so that is only Brahma. Experience of Brahma. Experience is very important. तो जितने भी अमेरिकन में अगर आप देखें, जो आप ट्रांसेंडेंटलिज्म की बात करें, चाहे इमर्सन हो, थेरो हो, उसके बाद चाहे विटमैन हो, उसके बाद आपके चाहे रॉबर्ट फ्रॉस्ट आए, और फिर एमी डिकिंसन है, उसके बाद फिर आपके न्यू क्रिटिक्स आए, जो न्यू क्रिटिसिज्म आए, और जो कंटेम्परेरी राइटर्स हैं, हम अफ्रीकन को छोड़ दें। अफ्रीकन में सोशियोलॉजिकल है वो, जो ब्लैक वाला लिटरेचर है, और जितना बाकी लिटरेचर है, दैट इज ओनली एक्सपीरियंस, वेयर द डिफरेंस कम्स डाउन। तो अगर उस नजरिए से हम देखें लिटरेचर, तो हमारे यहाँ ब्रह्म के 3 वाद, 4 वाद हैं। एक है रस ब्रह्मवाद, जो लिटरेचर पढ़ते हैं हम, दैट इज रियलाइजेशन ऑफ द एब्सोल्यूट थ्रू लिटरेचर, थ्रू आर्ट, थ्रू ड्रामा, थ्रू थिएटर। हम एक मूवी देखते हैं, मूवी देखने के बाद यू नो दिस इज ऑल फिक्शन, आप नो ये तो हीरोइन है, हीरो है, बट अगेन यू स्टार्ट वीपिंग फॉर इट, यू स्टार्ट लाफिंग, यू फॉल इन लव। तो ये सारे के सारे होते हैं बिकॉज देयर नो डिफरेंस। जो डिफरेंस हमारा खत्म हो जाता है, तो इंडियन ट्रेडिशन में दैट इज कॉल्ड ब्रह्म, रियलाइजेशन ऑफ द एब्सोल्यूट, एक्सपीरियंस ऑफ द एब्सोल्यूट। तो वो एब्सोल्यूट है जब हम दूसरे की कदर करते हैं, जहाँ पर वेयर रॉबर्ट फ्रॉस्ट मेनी वर्ड्स इज कैन नो, हमारी कोई मेनी वर्ड, पर वहाँ भी वो बात करता है, रॉबर्ट जो बात करता है, ही टॉक्स अबाउट योग, अभ्यास इन योग, वहाँ 4 शब्द प्रयोग करते हैं पतंजलि, मैत्री, करुणा, मुदित, उपेक्षा, कि अगर आपको कोई अच्छा लगता है तो बिकम फ्रेंडली, पर हम ऐसा होता नहीं है, ईर्ष्या करें। करुणा, कोई दीन दुखी दिखाई दे, शो योर कंपैशन, पर मुझे कहेंगे नहीं है, बड़ा ऐसे ही घूमते रहते हैं लोग, रोज मांगते रहते हैं। मुदित, when you see somebody beautiful, then become happy. Or last, when if you see somebody uncalled for, undesirable, become indifferent. उपेक्षित भाव है, that doesn't exist in your life, पर हम involved में ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं, कृष्ण में ज़्यादा involved हो जाते हैं। This is what mending wall says. तो ये हमारे कुछ जो सूत्र हैं जिनको उन्होंने किया है, क्योंकि सारे अमेरिकन में अगर देखें, they start talking after वेदांत वहाँ है, और वेदांत में हर किसी ने बात की है एक्सपीरियंस की, ब्रह्म की। और मुझे कहीं लगता है कहीं जो एवरीडे जो इमर्सन में बात करता है ब्रह्मा की, इट इज समवेयर ड्रैप्ड, क्योंकि ब्रह्मा इज जस्ट अ कैरेक्टरिस्टिक ऑफ ब्रह्म। तो ब्रह्म है जो सारी अल्टीमेट रियलिटी की बात करते हैं, थ्रू ब्रह्म which is there inside, which is outside, which creates, which moves every time. तो ये अगर हम इस नजर से देखें, आप इमर्सन को देखें, इमर्सन को देखें, when the body becomes a living soul, तो हमारी एक आनंद की एक रियलाइजेशन है, एक्सपीरियंस है, बस वो हाँ महसूस हम नहीं करते, सारा जो full the life is full of irony. What is the irony? The irony of life is that when we have time, we do not have experience. When we have experience, we do not have time. The great tragedy of life is that this is how we think, but it's not that. The tragedy of life is what we let die within us, what we let die inside of us. So ये सबसे we can win over through experience of a poet. अब poet की परिभाषा अगर आप देखें जो विटमैन कहते हैं पर्सनलिज्म की जो बात करते हैं, इस पर्सनलिज्म रिलेट्स टू the experience of society and individual. जहाँ समाज और दोनों इंडिविजुअल मिलते हैं वहाँ वो लोक संग्रह की बात, गीता से लोक संग्रह, और हमारे यहाँ कश्मीर सेविज्म में बात करते हैं पोइट कैसा होना चाहिए, तो पोइट को कहते हैं जो आप पहले की बात कर रहे हैं वहाँ संग्रह कहते हैं, उसमें वो संग्रह की बात करते हैं, कहते हैं क्रिएशन, प्रिजर्वेशन, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन, diffusion, and then grace. So this is through literature you reach this state of grace, that is bliss, and this is what we see in all American transcendentalism, and that is just flows down to even contemporary writers. जो नए क्रिटिक्स हैं उनकी बात करूँ मैं, जो न्यू सब आया था, तो आप विल्सन हो, आप चाहे आपको क्लिफ ग्रुप्स हो, जितने भी हैं वहाँ आप देखिए कि कैसे रियलाइज करें, वो एक्सपीरियंस कैसे आएगा, स्टेट ऑफ ब्लिस कैसे आएगी हमारी, then you just forget the background of the poem, you forget the extensive value, कुछ नहीं आता, just you read, you understand, you evaluate the words, the language, the symbols, the metaphors, the sentence, the lexical items, इनको आप अगर आप करेंगे then you can experience. You can evaluate, you can experience, and you can relish a poem. तो relish a poem, relish a literature, एक मूवी जब भी देखते हैं आप, उसमें आप क्या relish करते हैं कि ये जो बॉडी है, इसे टेम्परेरी, बाद में एक इमेज हो जाती है, जैसे आपके कोई दोस्त बन जाए, तो कुछ दिन तक तो आपको याद करते हैं शुरू में कि वो बड़े सुंदर हैं, but thereafter body is gone, you become living soul. वही हमारा जो एक्सपीरियंस है, जो इंडियन का एक टिपिकल एक्सपीरियंस है लिटरेचर में, I think with the help of that we can evaluate Americans, though particularly writers and thinkers, who had interaction with Indian thinkers. तो इसमें बात करते हैं, हमारे यहाँ अगर थ्योरी देखें, हमारे थ्योरी ऑफ रस, थ्योरी ऑफ रीति, अलंकार, ध्वनि, वक्रोक्ति, औचित्य, ये थ्योरी लिटरेचर के लिए नहीं है, हमारी लाइफ की थ्योरी है। अगर रस नहीं है आपकी लाइफ में, आपकी लाइफ बेकार, अलंकार नहीं है, सुंदरता नहीं है आपके जीवन में, तो भी बेकार, आपके उसमें रीति नहीं है, स्टाइल नहीं है, वो बेकार है। और ध्वनि, सजेशन, हम कहाँ बात करते हैं, कभी सीधी बात करते हैं हम लोग, वक्रोक्ति, हमेशा अगर इसमें लेट आता है क्लास में हम कहते हैं इतनी जल्दी क्यों आ गई। सो दिस इज द ऑब्लिक्विटी ऑफ लैंग्वेज। न्यू क्रिटिक्स कहते हैं ये लैंग्वेज को मैं समझता है, इफ यू वांट टू एनालाइज अ पोएम, अंडरस्टैंड लाइफ, अंडरस्टैंड पोएट्री, हम भी वही बात करते हैं, पर हाँ वो आज बात करते हैं, सो दे आर मॉडर्न। हमारे जो एस्थेटिशियंस थे उन्होंने बात की 5th सेंचुरी बीसी में, उन्होंने बात की 5th सेंचुरी में, 6th सेंचुरी में, 7th सेंचुरी में, 8th सेंचुरी में, till 7th सेंचुरी। मुझे लगता है ये हमारे जो टूल्स है, till now we become data and we just become theory. I think we need to reverse this design, and if we have our own tools, then we can make an analysis of American literature, of any Western literature, and I think that's the very good effort by looking at American literature through Indian lenses. I hope that this seminar would give us an insight to look into the text different way, and because this is not the ending point, but this again beginning. और मैं टाइम भी हो गया है, आप देखिए मेरी तरफ को, तो एक बस एक शेर के साथ मैं कंक्लूड करता हूँ, क्योंकि दिस इज ओनगोइंग प्रोसेस। गाली का मुझे शेर आया कि मकतबे इश्क का दस्तूर निराला देखा, मकतबे इश्क का दस्तूर निराला देखा, उसको छुट्टी न मिली जिसने सबक याद किया। तो मेरी उम्मीद है कि ये सबक आपने याद करें और इसको ऑनगोइंग प्रोसेस हो हमारा, और ये चलती रहे, इसी नजर से हम देखें अपने अमेरिकन को। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
एक मिनट बदल
I've been told that we are going to be joined by an online speaker from Bangladesh, and Professor Jaiswal will be introducing him, and that will be the last presentation of the session, and thereafter we will go for lunch. So please bear with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear friends. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor Sharif from Bangladesh. He is Professor and Principal, Government Brijlal College, Khulna in Bangladesh. He is a well-known in the field of English literature. He is a well-known literary critic as well as a well-known novelist from Bangladesh. So now I request Professor Sharif to deliver his talk. Sir, now the session is over to you. And sorry for being a little late.
So I thank him. Honorable Chair and people who are listening to me. In fact, I am in a hurry. It's a little late for me, despite of that, as I was earlier committed to talk to you. That is why I will go in a hectic way. I will try to deliver my speech as soon as possible, and I will come at the time. In fact, topic of my talk was is integration and disillusionment in the select point of T.S. Eliot, and I selected only 2 points. Patron, the love son of J. Alfred Prufrock, and the second was the wisdom. But I would like to tell you that the first one is more preferable to me than the wisdom. Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you very much. So, disillusionment after the first one led many writers to voice out the crisis modern has started facing since then. Of many poets of the 20th century, T.S. Eliot was a leading figure in portraying the predicament of the time known as the Age of Ori. His seminal poem, The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock and the Westland Life, the wonder that deconstructed the structure of optimism and everything that followed. He presents a world that is disintegrated, illusioned, and claustrophobic, where regeneration is almost impossible. The barrenness of the age is the core issue of the poem. Makes us aware of the mental disintegration, boredom, and exaggerated self-consciousness that ravage the West mercilessly like an epidemic. Revealing the picture of the barren land, suggesting the spiritual deed of modern people, Eliot connects the malaise with eternal human crisis and looks to the East for a possible remedy. It was really remarkable, like a field surgeon, he found out the problems of the society, but looked to the East for a successful remedy. What is disillusionment? In fact, a feeling of disappointment from the discovery that something is not as good as one believed it to be. Disintegration, the process of losing cohesion, the process of coming to pieces. Modernist currents in the world literature represented departure from the 19th century understanding and realization of literary form and content, the dissolution of the religious explanation and image of the world, changes that have taken the place in economic and social structure, a new role of science in human science, quote and unquote, and liberal rationalization in society undermine existing identities and personal orientations and lead to depersonalization of human relations. There is no denying the fact that these real conflicts found a specific incarnation in the literature that is characterized by its own experience, beings and is heavily dependent on formal parameters. The above-mentioned social processes we described as on different levels, the ecological disintegration, loss of faith in the future, in God, etc. Various forms of social and personal alienation and the dissolution of traditional social parameters, predetermined structures, family, friendship, relation between men and women, etc. In fact, I personally think in the last century, the one of the great problem happened. Catastrophe happened with the human life, that is the disintegration of big cohesive family. And now we live in nuclear family where we have many problems. So many people want to say that there are many positive sides in nuclear family, but I personally think the negative sides are more than that of the positive sides. Anyway, poem, I start with Love Song of G.L. Proof and when Eliot sang the poem, Eliot Monroe, the editor of poetry at the time, he refused to read. The poem opens with a quoted passage from Dante's Inferno, an allusion of Dante's character who is speaking of lovely falls, believes that the listener cannot return to art and thereby it is important to act on knowledge of his conversation. In fact, Harriet Monroe didn't want to publish it because of various reasons, but the very first lines are really unfamiliar to the poetry lover. Let us go then even night and evening is the down and the patient as terrible. So the evening don't like to wish because really they can't bear it, they can't accept it. So here the central character who is clearly incapacitated to act, trapped in by his own fears. He will be unable to garner any interaction from the women with whom he wants to converse. Prufrock's classes approach and reminds him often that there will be time. I have hazard of my life with coffee spoons. Show how Prufrock thinks of his own life, unexciting and unglowing. In his mind, he has nothing to offer to his. He returns to wrestling with his thoughts that allow him to desire the love of women, have to offer or to talk himself out of the task by intelligent of wisdom. He tells the reader that if he knows this woman when it begins, rehearse the opening remarks. Shall I say? I have guarded dusk with the streets and prospect smoke that rises from the pipes. This thought is quickly lost, however, as Prufrock imagined how easy it would be to be a creature that had no need for love. I should have been a creature of ragged claws, escorting across the course of the silent. Having decided not to die, Prufrock wonders whether his ego would have been mortal. He believes that he can't relate to women that which he feels it is impossible to what I mean. He rationalizes his fear by imagining that his speaking to women would not have achieved the real response. He could imagine the women saying, "It is not I want, I mean at all." In fact, Prufrock thinks he is on his mark and he will not accept his proposal. I wear the trousers of my gold. He is really over-conscious of his form. He thinks they will not accept his proposal. Eliot paints a picture of the opening scene that depicts a drab neighborhood of cheap hotels and restaurants where Prufrock lives in his solitary gloom. He invites the reader to make a visit with him to a place that Prufrock imagines is filled with women having tea and engaging in the conversation. Prufrock procrastinates on the visit and says, "There will be time, there will be time, there will be place to meet that this is in me," indicating to the readers that he is afraid of the real spiritual Protestants. He further indicates his hesitation by starting time for him and time for me, and time it for 100 indecision and for 100 evasions and revisions before the taking of a toast and tea. And I earlier say he is clearly incapacitated to act for his own fear that he will garner the interaction from the women with whom he wants to converse. And then to notice there are some, if I quote some lines from the jail Prufrock, we notice he is totally disintegrated, he is totally disillusioned. And let us go through certain half-deserted streets, the wandering fields of restless nights, in some night cheap hotels and modest restaurant with wasted shades, a street that follow like a tedious argument, insidious innate idiot and hope the question, "Oh, don't ask what is it." In fact, we don't know what is the word question, and he is still incapacitated to ask that question. The title character invites us an unidentified clue to accompany him to social occasion. In fact, in Eliot's poem, in the love song of jail, Prufrock the split images. Sometimes we confuse whether the poet or the third character or any person is talking to her. In fact, Eliot himself explained a thing in that way. A poet cannot write a long poem without splitting his images. So in these two poems, you notice the split images. So the title character implies unidentified people. In fact, here he to accompany him to social proof of, and sometimes he calls you, he calls I, he calls we. So proof of might be martyred to himself or addressing the reader. The title of the book provides the best clue to the overwhelming question. Proof of reminds readers that inquiry into other people's private lives is warranted. The warning perhaps to accept some details as a must-have. Readers may find themselves wondering how he knows about chief matters. He asks, why dear? Time to turn back and descend the stairs with the coldest spot in the middle of the year. They will say how his hair is growing in. My morning coat, my collar mounting firmly to the chin, my necktie reach and borders were asserted by a simple pin. They will say that all his arms and legs are thin. And I quote earlier, I grow old, I wear the trousers of my bottom shoulder. So exaggerated self-consciousness is real. He is really conscious about himself. That is why, thinking of himself, his physique, his bodily stature, he can't say, I love you to any woman. And perhaps that is why he asks himself, why dear, he dares to ask any question. So, Bruford ascended the stair approaching a room full of people, including readers, might assume the recipient of the overwhelming question. At this point, the poem, the reader overhears Bruford's internal. He observes himself objectively and predicts what the people at the party will say. He reminds him that he will has time to turn back. Also, he assures himself that he is properly dressed for the event. In fact, finally, Bruford concludes in that way that he wants to sing a song to the public, but will they hear? Will they listen to the song? So everywhere he is in a dream, but he is really conscious about himself. His consciousness is integration, and his dream is also dissolution. So after failing to ask question, Bruford admits own significance. He is the prince of Hamlet, the hero of tragic drama. He is loneliness, the pompous attendant who functions as a comic foil or fool. Bruford seems bemused and stomachs self-pitying by a particularly sorrowful event or wicked fool. He cannot summon that energy to enact a tragedy, so he dismisses the whole episode as one life's in this regard, the distribution that in this regard, I would like to refer to the metamorphosis by Kafka. So, what happened to some he discovered himself as a great father, and in fact, why? Practically or really, man cannot be turned into a great father. This is imagination. Why? Every morning he has to go to sell his goods by travel, train, and he came back at night. So he was really tired of being doing his job. But finally he quits, he retires, and he thinks he is there, he will be paid back. And at the time, he becomes useless to his family. And after his death, his family feels relief. And after his death, they go to the canteen, takes dinner, and so on. So here, paper thumbs is also disintegrated and dissolution. So we will get more evidences, and in fact, the Metamorphosis was written in 1950. prior to the love song of Geeta very true from. Now I come to T.S. Eliot. I have enough time in fact. So the Westland is a fragmented. You notice you will get 5 sections in this point. And fragmented when the Westland epitomizes the modernist and of course the post-war. One got tore down various like socialist conservative and idealism, but also changed the physical appearance. Westland symbolizes the desolation and desolation felt by people whom the wars aimed. Additionally, Eliot used a fragmentation makes the poem much more difficult due to perpetual allusions and shifts. Eliot employs, just a minute, the Westland that Eliot described, the barrenness of city in modern civilization also gives us an authentic impression of the psychology of educated people immediately after the First World War. It makes us aware of the nervous exhaustion, mental disintegration, the exaggerated self-consciousness, and the pathetic building up of the fragments of a shattered faith or is the psychic disease which ravaged Europe mercilessly like an epidemic. In fact, when we call epidemic, it comes to our mind about the recent pandemic. And after this pandemic, we also notice that his illusion is intentional people. In our country, after the pandemic, almost 600 university students committed suicide. Really alarming. Really alarming. So, Eliot takes us into the very heart of Western, which was post-war Europe and makes it realize to the plight of the whole generation. It vividly illustrates the complexity of machine-like activity at modern, comparing with the glorious past of spiritual and moral heights. The figures who invent the unreality are like inhabitants of Baudelaire's Paris. Eliot clearly points out the aridity of the modern urban civilization. Besides, the modern Westlanders consider April as the first month because they have no desire or regard for spiritual life. So the spring does not bring a color in their mind. So Eliot employs, I said earlier, fragmentation to remark on Europe's existential crisis and its need to find an identity. Each fragment means one of the works underscore themes including death, despair, and disillusionment. At the very start of the poem, he hints at the lost generation of human who died during the war, when commenting how April is the coolest month, breathing lilacs out of the daytime. Lost generation. In fact, whether should I refer to or the Jinky Boys. Jinky Boys is written by Seventh Alex Coolidge, Nobel laureate, a few years ago. Where she shows that the soldiers who went to Afghanistan from Russia for war came back in coffins, which is made of tin. So that is why the title of the novel is Jinky Boys. The title of the novel is Jinky Boys. So they are also lost in generation. So April during the month of the spring symbolizes a renewal, but as many nations, young men have encouraged recultivating their populations sad and difficult task. National ideas has been shaken up a great deal due to the dissolution of dynasties and creation of new ones. upon the words and Europe appeared as a heap of broken images, where you know only a heap of broken images where the sun beats. The word for the destruction of all great European empires, the German, Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman and Russian. The form of renewal and dissolution is described in this last when, after a period of drought, the began to cast rain. In fact, I think earlier, they did like a surgeon found out the diseases of the society, but the prescription is one. If there is religious reward, suddenly everything will be okay. It's the only solution in his hand. So the same signifies England and the other European nations. Damage the war has wrought and come to terms with the dissolution, so that they can redo their lost culture and population. Alien uses the symbol of paint rock, so that is the symbol of church. So the daily routine of the course shows the brutality and the emptiness of civilization. The city dwellers have no faith in any religion. The office and the factories in London become at 9, which is the time of Christ's crucifixion. In the modern civilization, the world of commerce is entirely different from the world of God. A big city, one will come across the evil of gambling in different forms. In the poem, Madame Sosostris exemplifies the worldliness and the unspiritual outlook of modern. She is a society. Under the law, fortune telling is a criminal act and undesirable weakness. So Madame Sosostris is always afraid of police. She has a bag of 70 items to which she tells the fortune of her customer. We can regard the wasteland as an epitome of the hatred of despair, with which followed World War, First World War. The poem aims at present towards the various cross current emotional, intellectual and psychological, which together contributed to the gentle atmosphere of that unhappy period. In the past, the source of expression of life and achievement was faith, but values have been changed nowadays, especially the people all over the world have been. In the poem, Eliot shows that the confusion of family and of human relationship is shattered down day by day. And the conception of family, I don't argue, now we live in nuclear family. In this period, the family cohesion, the family bond is in this discussion. I would like to refer to the outsider by Albert Camus with this protest during the second in food. The very first line is typing, and the father of the protagonist died in an old home. And when he went there, people asked him, would you like to see the face of your mother for the last time? Will we uncover the face? The protagonist says no. No. So he wanted to see the face of his mother last time. So what kind of integration, what kind of discussion is it? So to think here, fashionable society, it's a kind of mental weakness. The fashionable society was called the lady of secret, who with her urban lifestyle don't feel comfort in their houses. For example, Mr. Higgins, modern businessman is fond of home sex, and he fulfills his desire with hotel boys. Psychologically, modern people are not satisfied with their beauty. They seem to frustrate. For example, Lil is frustrated because she is the woman of 30 and fails to fascinate her husband who wants to enjoy life. Similarly, the fashionable society in the levy of situation is poor in the life. I would like to skip a little bit. The Westland is timeless. It is valid for all ages. It deals with the universal dilemma. The thing of the poem is the spiritual emptiness, the unemotional sociality, and the general aimlessness which have characterized all periods of history. In addition to the main which serves to link the present with the ancient times, Eliot has introduced a multitudes of reminiscences of other poets into the fabric of his poem. By his method to suggest that extensive consciousness of the past to reveal the sameness as well as the contrast between the life of the present and the past of the past and that of the past. So there is a general feeling of fear in this land, modern and ancient. It will inspire people. It inspires people the fear. Mary is frightened in her moment of sexual delight on her cousin's stage. The son of man is asked to endure a vision of fear and morality in the desert. In the hour in the world is like the living Lord did. Fear is common to all times and all periods of history. Unemotional sea or lust is a feature of all ages too. It has become a source of moral degradation. For instance, we find in the poem the picture of three Thames daughters, who live on being the objects of sexual enjoyment in intended harmony. Cleopatra was of course an exception, but Philomel's rape by the barbarous king in Game of Chess strikes the keynote of this section linking the past and the present. Thus, Eliot, the Westland, has cast his vision of the contemporary erotic and spiritual aridity into a general perspective beyond varies of historical time and national and geographical boundaries. The framework of the meme and recurrent allusions, the portrayal of characters, the presentation of scenes of seduction and the violation of women, literary reminiscence and quotation, all that contribute to giving the poem a permanent and universal equality. Thank you very much. Thank you all for giving me the opportunity here on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving such a nice talk on behavior, ritualism, and disillusionment. So thank you. We are very thankful to you for making this session successful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all. Welcome. Till next time.
Yes.
Love to see
I
you
would
in
also, Sharif sir, are you able to hear me? Okay. Sharif sir, you are able to hear me? I would also like to thank you on behalf of Chaudhry Ishwar Singh Kanya Mahavidyalaya. You were very busy today. I know you had a meeting, but still you made it a point to address the audience. Thank you so much, and we would surely be having you soon in our college. So we will be waiting for that opportunity. So thank you so much, and hope to see you soon. Thank you. I would now, yes, I would like to thank all the dignitaries who delivered their talk, and as well as we would also like to welcome again Professor Shravan Kumar Sharma. We would like you to come up on the stage because we have not honored you by presenting the plant. We are really delighted to have you here, sir. Yes, I would request Madhu Chopra ma'am and all the faculty from the English department here who are here. Reena, you can also come. I would also request Kapil sir, you can also join us on the stage. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us in this seminar. You have added grace to the seminar, and we hope we keep inviting you again. Thank you so much. I would like to thank Professor Girija Sharma, my supervisor, teacher, from whom I have learned a lot. PhD has been a dream run for me just because Girija ma'am was there, and you are going to stay with us for all the 3 days of the seminar. I am so grateful to you for coming to our college. And I also thank you for chairing the session and giving the concluding remarks. I also thank Monica Sethi ma'am for coming from so far a place like Jammu, and I also thank Professor Divya Saxena, who was the first one to reply to my mail. The first thing I did after we came to know about the seminar was to give a mail to the resource persons from abroad. So she was the first one to reply. So she gave me, I was really motivated that yes, we can do it. So otherwise, I was not hoping that for the time that we were left with in 1 month, I was not hoping that we would be able to manage resource persons from abroad. So I am really thankful to you, Professor Divya. You were the primary stimulus, and thank you, very supportive, and the first mail itself you gave the topic also of your talk. I'm really thankful to you, all the persons involved in this seminar, Vinesh sir, who has been the co-convener, and Vinay ma'am, who managed today's inaugural so well, Sushila ma'am, Neenu ma'am, Madhu ma'am, and all the Benita ma'am, Seema, my classmate, friend, and all the people who are still waiting for me to end this session. I'm really thankful to you all for coming here and joining us in the seminar. Thank you so much. Now we'll go for lunch. Thank you. No, yes, we are supposed to come back for a small cultural program. So will be, yes. Thank you, Dinesh. I'm not thanking you enough. I'm taking you for granted that you are there with me. So good that you pointed out. We are coming back for a small cultural program after lunch.
इस आवाज को गाली जी एक मानता इसके बाद हाँ हाँ उसके बाद हाँ
मोहब्बत का सियाने भी दिलों को बोझ लगते हैं, गहरी जुल्फों के साए भी हजारों गम इस दुनिया में अपने ही बनाए भी मोहब्बत हम क्या करें, तुम्हें कह दो हमें चाहिए वफा, हम क्या करें, ये तुम कहे लगता नहीं, हम क्या करें। बुझा दो आगे दिया, इसे खुल कर हवा दे दो, बुझा दो आगे दिया, इसे खुल कर हवा दे दो, जो इसका मोल दे पाए उसे अपनी वफा दे दो, तुम्हारे दिल में क्या है बस हमें इतना बता दे दो, ये दिल में दिया जलता नहीं, हम क्या करें, ये दिल तुम कहे लगता नहीं, हम क्या करें।
इसका थोड़ा सा वेस्टर्न में किया है
जो इस बार वेस्टर्न करा है,
एक स्टेप जो
इस बार वेस्टर्न किया
ये जो वेस्टर्न पड़े हैं से इस स्टेप
टोटल
म्यूजिक में ये
It's no use,